isn't it, I know it's a cliche saying, but, they say that good things come to those who wait, and patience is a virtue. And I always sit there and think, well, that's great, but I'm not very virtuous. And so I don't know how much longer I can be patient and wait. So I get it, my friend. I completely get it. And, the human side wants, that immediate gratification. And immediate can be, so, broad per se. So it's, immediate could be, gosh, it'll take 5 years, immediate could be 5 minutes. But, it's putting out the trust out in the universe, per se, or trust in God or whoever you feel your higher power. And just once we put that beautiful energy out there, trust, then that's really where, as I see it, the universe will go, oh, okay, well, Bonnie is responding and reacting, and the way that, that we feel is appropriate, or that she's ready. So we're going to bring all this good energy their way. And I know it sounds easier said than done, but I'll tell you, I'm actually going to pull a few cards for you, but I was just mentioning about the energy that we put out there, how important it is, and we really manifest, everything in our life. We're that powerful. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people, don't necessarily realize the multitude of their abilities in that sense. So, and you, my beautiful friend, as I'm picking up on some of your cards here, I'm smiling because what I'm seeing is actually a really good sign. But, you really do have a pretty good mindset, as I'm feeling. We all get in those ruts, the human side of, of the negative energy, which that's the human side. We all do, I don't care who you are. So, but I'm going to tell you some things that I feel, maybe some, some advice, but also some excitement for future stuff. Now, I'm very transparent in my readings. I tell people I don't sugarcoat things. I'm very honest. I'll tell you what you need to hear. Maybe not what you want to hear sometimes, but that's what you need for your life, right? So, I really feel, so here in the last, I'm telling you, I'm going as far back as, I'm going as far back. Oh, that makes sense. Tell me, 2018.
I'm having a really hard time hearing. Yeah, I don't know if it's a bad connection or not, but.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time hearing what you're saying.
Okay, I'll talk louder. Maybe if that helps. I'll talk louder. So, 2018. If I take you back to 2018, tell me, does that year resonate with you as a time of change or some pretty significant things that have happened to you?
2018? No.
Okay, I want you to just kind of think about that time. I mean, how many years ago was that? About 6 years ago. Here's why, because I do feel when I was picking up that number 18 earlier, it came up again. So for me, this is really connecting with you. I don't feel I'm going back to when you were 18 years old. I do feel I'm going back, unless we're going back 18 years ago, which would be 2006, so it's been some time. But when you get the moment to just kind of, marinate and kind of resonate with some of the stuff we're bringing up in your reading, I want you to think about that time and what happened in your life. And really everything happens for us and not to us. So what happened for you that maybe seemed to be, maybe a bit difficult to handle? It may have been traumatic, whatever it may be. I feel that's almost the sense of where the beginning of the energy of things that just seem to be snowballing from there. So go back to that time and just kind of think about that. You don't have to worry about it now, but after we get done with your reading here, because as I'm really picking up on that, I feel that that's the shadow work, as we call it, to really look into and face, be mindful of, and really start healing and working on. You had a very significant change around that time. That's where I just, I want you to think about that. Future-wise, some things I want you to look forward to, I guess, if you will. Here in the next, I'm really going out about 4 months, which I know that seems to be out of ways, but that put us at about February, March time. I want you to just be mindful of even some changes financially, because I do feel that the sign of money comes in, but even more abundant. So you've got some, February, March time, something financially to look forward to, if you will. Now, another thing too that I keep saying for you is some family resolution. Is there been some kind of disconnect with some family right now?
Disconnect?
Yeah, or family just hasn't been communicating very well.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. I do feel like that's going to come to a resolution. Things are going to start getting better right about that time as well. So about the February, March time of next year. So just, be mindful for that, okay, as that comes. But, I know I have another caller waiting, my friend, but I think the biggest thing I want to tell you that I see that is, I would say, a significant factor is just trying the best you can to look at things in a more optimistic way. Also, you are such an empathetic, a beautiful soul that a lot of people's opinions and, people's opinions affect you, and that it's time to just kind of, focus on what is worth putting your energy into and what is not. And that, I feel, is going to be a huge shift in what comes for you in the future, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So watch for that time, though, about February, March, for these good changes to come. At about 4 months, not too long.
Okay.
All right, my friend. Well, I hope that gives you some, hope and excitement for what's to come. But I'll be sending you lots of good, positive energy my way, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome, my friend. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Hey, bye-bye. All right, guys, I think we got enough time to grab another caller. And I believe it's this Tracy from Nevada.
Yeah.
Hi, Tracy. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Good. How can I help you tonight, my friend?
Well, I recently had somebody pass in the family. Well, quite a few people have passed in the past couple of years. But where am I? I don't know where I'm heading. I'm kind of stuck in where I'm going, and career-wise, family-wise, just looking for some guidance.
Sure. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Let me. And first off, I just want to send you, my love and condolences for your losses. I feel like that. I hate the saying that they come in threes, or people say, it's like you get that energy of stuff going, and it feels like it has to come in threes. And boy, I'll tell you, I'm not a fan of that saying. So, but again, like I was mentioning earlier, we do have so much control over what happens in our life through how our energy reacts and responds. And so I just some encouragement as I see for you, some guidance is really I love the saying that everything happens for you and not to you. Once we get in that victim mode and that mindset of, gosh, nothing's working out, everything's happening to me, then the universe goes, all right, well, here you go. I'm going to send a whole lot more your way. So, but, I and your question's a lot like my last caller, and yeah, I'm telling both of you, you're not the only ones. I probably do 10 to 15 readings a week, and probably 80% of them are in that same boat per se of, when are things going to change? When is my life going to shift? And and we're in such a, especially here in the U.S., we're in such a very difficult, energetic part of the year, especially with elections and all that stuff. And I never talk politics because I hate it. So, but I do feel that's contributing to a lot of the reasons why people are feeling the way that they are. So, I'll tell you, the first thing I was really drawn to was some relationships in your life. I know you had mentioned career, what's really interesting, I feel like they're meshing together. So when I'm seeing relationships in your life and then career, relationships are really a very important, very significant. And what happens in that part of your life is affecting your career. It might sound weird right now, but stick with me here, because I feel like even as you go through the rest of this year, it may even make more sense. But do you work with numbers in your career? I cannot get numbers out of my head with you.
I'm a nurse.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so you have that very beautiful healing energy too. So,
right.
And healers are your nurses and those who work in the medical field. So, but you've been doing this quite a long time. And how long have you been doing, or how long have you been in the nursing field?
20 years.
20 years. Wow, that's awesome. I love it. And here's why I asked, because even with your career, I feel that unless you just had this happen coming very soon, my friend, you have a change in the scope of your work, where it may not be so clinical as it is more of the back end or the front end of things, to where whether it's a charge nurse or whether it's doing what they call it, where I used to work in with a very large medical health organization here in Utah, but where they do a lot of the cases, to help people get to certain therapy places. I can't remember what case manager.
Like case management,
Yeah. That's the direction I feel I see you heading. So, or unless you're there already, so soon.
No, not yet.
Hey, you watch for that, my friend. It's coming, because it's such a pinnacle moment right now for you of like, all right, I'm ready to kind of slow down when it comes to more of the physical part of your job versus, it's like, oh, okay, well, I want to apply all of my knowledge, but we're going to do it in a different way. And that's really where I'm heading. More money, maybe, I don't know, but either way, it's going to give so much more time back to you to be able to contribute to the relationships in your life. That's where it's meshed.
Do you think that'll come through like neighbors that I know with being like an office manager?
Absolutely. And that's why the relationship part of it is that, do you see how that's kind of coming full circle? It's, the relationship with neighbors, relationship with, and I want you to be mindful of, your energy, the things you're saying, how you're responding to certain people, because they'll really feed off of that, and then that'll get communicated to others. And it's like when I was in the hiring world, I would tell the younger kids, younger applicants, be careful what you post on social media, because that can come back and bite you in the butt. Because they're starting to look into that. Same thing about be careful where you're close knit of friends, or you're networking, because the things that you say can come around to the circle. So that's where I feel the relationship part is very important for you. So yes, absolutely, that can very much stem from the neighbors and friends. But I would really get ready for this to happen pretty dang soon, as I'm seeing it. So you've already had your feelers out there, and it's been something you've been thinking about and trying to manifest, keep doing that. Keep doing that.
Now, do you think this job that I accepted is going to be the right? It probably is not the right, but it's like a stepping stone then.
Yes, 100%. It's it's like I say to people that the universe will bring certain open doors your way, and it may not be the permanent door that you need to go through, but you got to go through that one to get to the next one and to the next one. So yes, 100%. This will be just that stepping stone or milestone moment, of change. That way you can get to the next, as we see it coming. And just keeping that positive mindset with it, even if it's not exactly what you had hoped for, but at least looking at the positive, what it's going to give back to you. I really feel like that's where you're going to see these, you doing what you're hoping to do here in the next few years. So yes, absolutely, my friend.
Okay. And do you see that my husband may end up getting work or anything like that? Where's our relationship heading to?
And yeah, that's meshing with the relationship part, right? Where I feel like, the saying happy wife, happy life, which I always giggle about that. But when you're happy and you're secure, that'll come in with him, and where he'll have that motivation, if you will, or drive to put out the energy to get a job that he wants. So yeah, just kind of, watch where that's coming in. But I've got about 30 seconds left of my show, my friend, but I hope this helps you and gives you some excitement.
Well, thank you.
You're so welcome. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much, Bonnie.
Thank you. You take care, and I hope you have a great night. Love and light to you.
Oh, you as well, my friend. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, you guys. I just realized I called her the first gal's name. See, I told you, this is all of the crazy energy that comes in. Like my common sense brain shuts down and my channeling brain goes in overdrive. But anyhow, such a fun night. It always goes by so fast. So you guys, please go follow me on my Instagram. It's minimedium75. Facebook is minimedium, or my website is mini-medium.com. And I'll see you guys next week. Okay? Bye, guys.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Hi, and welcome to Eleanor Gray's and My Psychic Destiny show. Now, I will be using my Egyptian cards here. This today, it's this evening here in the UK. I'm in London and it is lovely weather as well. I have to say, lovely, lovely autumn leaves that are falling. So I hope that you're good there over the pond, across the pond. That's what we say. So I'm going to be taking some cards here for my callers here on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. So get ready to tune in, to listen, and to be aware that we're using cards. These are tarot cards, and these are the Rider-Waite tarot cards that I use as a psychic medium. I'll be connecting through to spirit as well, and I also have my rose quartz crystal ball here. This is a beautiful blush pink, and you can see we've got the hearts behind us in the background. So it's all about love this week and how we can connect to our loved ones, not just those in spirit, but those around us as well, and how we can really make sure that we're getting a strong and very, very positive connection. So I'm looking forward to hearing from my callers, and also really feeling pleased to be able to connect through to you as well, everyone who is watching this show. So you can send me messages as well on the live stream, and you can also reach me on my website, which is gracedestiny.com. So if you want to book a reading with me, you can. I also have a range of email readings that are available as well, and they're fabulous because you can have everything written down, and that is 2 or 3 questions, whichever you want to choose. So that is going to be available to you straight away, and from November we're pushing that a lot because it's very, very popular. But you can also dial in and make your request for a mini free reading with me, Eleanor Grace, on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. It's easy. All that you have to do is apply, and it's not difficult at all. If you're finding that you would rather be perhaps and you'll see me on TikTok, which is Eleanor Grace Destiny. So remember those words: TikTok live stream on studio, Eleanor Grace Destiny, and here, my Psychic Destiny show. So welcome, welcome. Tarot, Egyptian cartouche cards, crystal ball, and I have some crystal hearts here. This is my quartz crystal heart. It's a fabulous little crystal that I hope you can see there, and I'll be using this during my readings here today. And this is pure quartz, so it's going through to those loved ones in spirit. Anybody that you are thinking of, I'm going to hold this in my hand so that we can connect through to you. And we have Joseph in Colorado Springs. Hello there, Joseph. I've got a little heart here for you as well. This is an amethyst heart, so you must be really feeling, I connect to you now. Even before we've spoken, I feel as though that you're needing some upliftment, maybe a bit of healing in your life, emotional difficulties or stress or being upset. But I've got the healing quartz crystal heart for you. Is that true? Is that how you've been feeling recently, Joseph?
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. I was just in a car accident 3 weeks ago, and an uninsured driver totaled my vehicle.
Oh, wow.
And put me in a ginormous financial bind. And
Goodness me. Well, this is why I've picked up this amethyst heart straight away. Before I even spoke to you, I knew that there was healing, that there was a big upset, emotional distress for you. And what a story that is really difficult now for you. So let's see how we're going to make that better, how we're going to get our way out of that. I do feel as though your grandmother is with you, Joseph, in spirit. She's bringing some little sparkling dust. I'm seeing this all around you, this twinkle I want to sort of take you to the night sky. Do you look at the night sky, to the stars in the night sky very much? Because if you do, then you're going to see that they're sort of shining back at you and giving you some inspiration, hope for the future. Now, money is here in the first card that I've taken here. I'm just going to put that here right in front of my camera there so that you can see it on the live stream. Now, this is Nine of Pentacles. Nine of Pentacles is all about you gaining financial support and being granted a sort of ease of passage. So nothing is as difficult for you as it appears right now. And I feel that somebody is coming in to help you here. Let me just take, apart from your grandmother in spirit, and I do have the N. It's either an M or an N for November. So I'm seeing that initial around you. Does that mean anything to you?
There's Mariah, who's one of my guides, of somebody who passed away from my childhood.
Okay. So it's a bit like a sort of mother in spirit, which is how I'm seeing that connection here for you, Joseph. And there is an N as well. Now, you've got, what I've drawn for you here is the Knight of Swords. So somebody is coming in to help you. I feel as though this is a gift or a generosity, a token of generosity. So you're not going to be in the fix that you think you are. Perhaps it is the other side, the other party that is not going to be overly bothered about your situation. There's a kind man that I'm seeing as well, somebody with a good heart and a sensible mind. So I feel that there's agreement to be reached between you and another party over the financial settlement that is needed. And I feel somebody is coming in to intervene, somebody with a sharp mind, a person who can make things change, make things happen for you on a very different level to the one that you're expecting. So try to clear your mind of difficulty. Maria, who I've connected to in spirit, this lady who is here, is bringing positive forces now to you. And I do feel, we'll just get this crystal ball, I do feel that this is helpful. We're going to look at the crystal. We're going to make a magic wish as well. This is a cosmic order for you, Joseph, and my goodness, you need it because you found yourself in some trouble, and this is an accident. You know, accidents can happen, and perhaps you have just been forgetful, let's put it that way, in terms of your insurance capabilities and making things perfect for you. But we're not perfect, we're human beings and we make mistakes all the time. I don't feel that that's a mistake that you'll ever make again, but I do have a hand coming in to lift you up. So I don't see this as a particularly difficult situation that is going to run and run and run. I feel that this is far more likely to take you into an area of negotiation and a gift being given to you, and it's ease of passage. When I say that, it is quite magical. So we're going to now send out a cosmic order for you, which is a bit magical. We'll try and use that, but it's also setting out your intentions because you're clearly remorseful and sorry that you have found yourself in this position, and also that other people have been involved and that you didn't endeavor to do this. This was not something that you intended. So now your intention here, Joseph, is to make things right, be able to repair the damage that has been done and to put people back into the position that they were in previously. So I don't feel that the other party... Yes, you can. Go on. Yeah.
So I got hit by an uninsured driver. So I think you're picking up the energy of the person that hit me. My greatest concern right now is getting the medical settlement for all my medical bills because he hit me going 50 miles. Do you see that in like a close time frame?
Okay, we'll ask the cards what the time frame is. I still see a settlement, an agreement with a third party. So there's still got to be a negotiation, Joseph. Maria, your guide in spirit, is going, here you go, happiness, happy outcome here. Time scale. This does look to be quick, 10-10. I'm going to say the beginning of December. So 4 or 5 weeks away. That's what I feel is there for you. You've actually got this healing yourself, but you're making out of this. You're making so a sum of money. There's a sum here, quite a handsome sum that I feel will be awarded to you, and that will be slightly more than you're expecting. You're not anticipating this amount, that's for sure. So it is a better outcome for you. You're celebrating. So you will have news of this within 3 weeks. 3 weeks is the time scale that you'll get confirmation, but the actual funds, the money, you won't have until the beginning of December. So those two elements are working for you. So the other party who was uninsured, I do feel as well that there is broken hearts over that. We've got heartache and difficulty, but I see you are being put in the position here, Joseph, where you can help, and you will. You're going to be, I suppose, just bigger in your heart and really show that ability to, I think, just take everything further forward in this regard. So I don't see this as a problem for you. I feel that you are really going to be able to make things right. It's a very special time as well. So not a time to be disheartened. There's a lady around you also in your life who I feel is encouraging you, is giving you a very sort of difficult option, but she's supporting you as well. So are you in a relationship? Is this a lady that I'm seeing who really wants to go in one direction, you're wanting to go in another? I don't mean separation, it's just like a battle of wills that I'm seeing around you. Do you recognize
it's my wife. Yeah, she wants me to get a brand new car, and I want to wait until we get the medical settlement on here.
Yeah, which is sensible. However, yes, one direction or another. Is there a reason that she wants you to do that straight away? Is there a trip or something that she wants to do as a reason to have this vehicle straight away?
She just doesn't like us only having one vehicle because she works full time. In case something ever happens, we have a newborn daughter who's 5 months old.
That's the little girl. Okay. I did have a soul in spirit as well. So there's an essence of Maria who is in spirit, who's wanting to send you blessings and guiding you along. I feel that you will wait. I mean, that's what I feel is going to be the outcome there. There is that power play, but I think the sensible route is going to overtake. Here's your daughter. Here's your little girl. She's the star card. Star card's just come in. So she has a brilliant heart, and she's really quite connected psychically as well. So I feel that that's going to show itself in the coming years. But I feel that you'll wait and get the settlement before purchasing another vehicle. I don't see one here until you get to December. So maybe a nice Christmas present. And there's always a way of hiring a vehicle. Here's your new car. The Chariot is coming in now. So what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the 5 weeks that I talked about, that is very, very much the time scale that I feel you have to wait for here. So I'm wishing you well, Joseph, and you will heal, and this stress and this difficulty will disappear. It's not going to stay around for forever. And I feel that you will have a wonderful Christmas. I think celebrations are around you. And I also see you being very kind to the opposite party. Negotiations are still there, and some sort of settlement to be arranged, not just for you, but for him as well. So there will be a lot more claims going into January February, but they're not going to concern you. I think everything is done and dusted by the time you get to the beginning of December. Come back and let me know. You can contact me on my website, which is gracedestiny.com, or send me a message through WhatsApp, all the usual channels. You'll find me there. So good to speak, and I'm wishing you well. I think we're through now to my next caller. Hello there. Are you on the line?
Hello. Yes,
Hello.
I'm here. Hi, Eleanor.
Hello, how are you? Now, I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your name there.
My name is Kathy.
Hello, Kathy. Wonderful to make that connection with you. And let me see what we have for you. Now, Kathy, I feel that you're in North Carolina, USA. Yeah, that's where you are. Kathy, I've got a honey crystal ball here. This is made of citrine. It's all about prosperity. And I've selected this crystal ball really because I feel that this is something that you need to have. And I'm using this crystal during your reading here today. This is about wanting to gain recognition, wanting to gain wealth, not just in terms of cash or money or what's in the bank or assets, but this is wealth in terms of your own skill set and where you are heading now in your life, what opportunities are going to be there for you. Now, I'm seeing the number 3 here in this crystal, and I want to go to 3 children. Do you have 3 children, or are the 3 children around you? What does that connect to you, Kathy?
I do not have 3 children, and I'm not necessarily connected with 3 children.
Okay. Do you have children at all?
Yeah? I do not.
Right, okay. There are 3 children that I'm seeing here in this crystal.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you that. Maybe you're young enough to have your family yet. Are you? Or are you done?
No, I'm not, but you never know. I might get married to someone who's got 3 children.
That could well be a possibility because they're running around you in your crystal here, Kathy. So let me go back to what I was talking about here. There's also in spirit as well. So they are to be with you. That's what I'm going to tell you, whether they belong to somebody else or you will be a mother to 3 children. That's in your crystal ball. That's for the future. So don't panic about it. When I see children, they're always there. They always will be in your life. So you can come back and let me know. People have done over the years, from many years ago, and thought, no, that's impossible. I don't want to hear that. That can't be me. And yet, there we are. 2 or 3 years later, there you are. I'll tell you a little story. There was a lady who was desperate to conceive, and that was 10 years ago, and she sort of gave up after 8 years. She's had IVF after IVF and it didn't work, and they'd just sort of gone to, no, it's not going to happen. I predicted 5-6 years ago that she would have twin boys, and these twin boys are now with her, and she had a surrogate pregnancy, and it was twins, and they were boys, and they are hers, and they're now 3 months old. So that's 6 years after that prediction. I don't feel that that's going to be as long for you at all, because this is quite quick. It's happening quite quickly here in the crystal. With this being citrine for you, Kathy, it's about you enabling yourself. So money is coming to you in an earned income capacity or a gift of funds that is also going to be deposited to you. So it's quite lucky that you have this, but also it does mean that you are gathering to you open doors that you can pass through, that you can walk through, that change your life. So your life will be quite remarkably changed within 6 here. I've got 6 steps. So there are 6 months. Within 6 months, this is going to be a different Kathy altogether. And I think you're wishing for this, and you're manifesting this as well. So you're bringing it into your life. You're allowing your life to be a completely different place for you to live. So at the moment, I think that you're on the edge. I don't feel as though you're fulfilled. I don't feel as though you have the complete picture, the complete package that you are wishing for. But this is now what is bringing that completion to you, Kathy. You will move as well. There's going to be movement. You're crossing over water here. Do you live by the ocean near a lake or a river? Because there's water all around your crystal. So is that where you are now, Kathy?
Well, there are a lot of rivers here, and there was recently a very big hurricane that brought a lot of water.
Right, okay. I'm in London, so didn't really connect with that. Did see it on the news. Are you okay?
Pardon?
Are you okay? Were you okay?
Oh, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm good. I've been doing a lot of volunteer work.
Yeah, I can see that you're giving out from your heart, and that's what's coming back from spirit as well. There is a gentleman in spirit here, a man in spirit, with a lady, man and woman, by side, linking arms. And they do feel very sort of special, connected together. The initial of J is there. I want to go to Jack. Jack, I feel, is in spirit, connected to you, your family, your extended family. So J, do you recognize the J for me, Kathy?
I do have a friend, Jack.
So what is Jack to you at the moment?
At the moment, just an old friend, but I met him about a week ago for the first time in many years.
Oh, really? So you've reconnected with Jack? Well, that's really interesting, isn't it? Because I do feel that there's prosperity here, which I've said in the crystal, not just financially, but with your general wealth. And that includes your emotions, your feelings, your well-being, and how you're attracting new possibilities to you. And this is what is here. Spirit are with you as well, man and woman in spirit. So they will be parents or grandparents that are looking down on you, and they're looking after you. There's quite a few other males that I see in spirit. So did you come from a large family? Because I'm seeing lots of brothers or male friends that are here. They're all around you.
Yeah, I have a large family, but I also have 2 husbands that have passed away.
Okay. All right, then. That's the couple. And are your parents still with you here?
No.
They're passed as well? Because,
yeah.
And is there another J in spirit, the initial of J, and also a P? I just wanted to go pop.
My first husband was John, and my second husband was Pedro. Peter. Yeah.
Pedro. Oh, Pedro. Peter.
Yeah.
So the J and the P mean a lot to you then. So they are there. Okay. He loved you so. John, I mean, he loved you so much, didn't he? He really did.
Yeah.
Okay. What was one husband? Was it the chest? Was it about the heart and COVID, breathing problems? Have you got that? Have you got breathing problems here? Did you have COVID?
Well, I've had it several times, but I never had a lot of problems with it.
Okay.
Yeah, but my second husband had breathing problems before he passed.
Okay, and that was is it T or P? I need to know which one it is.
That's P.
It is the P. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have J for John, which is what I connected to in spirit, and we have P for Pietro. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, and he's the man that passed with breathing problems, with chest problems. That's what I'm seeing here for you. And your first husband, John, he's the one that is sending all of these hearts to you, because I've got little hearts that are all around you. And I'm holding one up to you, but also I have here this little heart crystal that I'm giving to you. So just going to send you a wish. I've just blown on this crystal and sent you a wish, which is a cosmic wish to make you feel elevated in your life and to give you a sense of upliftment, because that's what you need. But you are going to be very much falling in love. I feel that this is something that you've always had, the capacity to love others and the capacity to be loved. Now, I've just brought in my rose quartz crystal. Let's put it this side so that you can see it a bit more. And I'm looking now into the crystal. I do like to see hearts entwined, which is here. And you have those hearts very clearly together. So there's another marriage for you. It's a legal marriage, and I know that we've talked about water, but I want to talk about it again because I feel that there will be a lake or a big expanse of water. It's not the sea or the ocean. You call it the ocean, we call it the sea. It's not that. It is a beautiful place where you will sit, you will look out onto the lake. It's got lots of people around there, and you will go there frequently with him, with your new partner. Jack, I feel, is a contender, certainly, for your emotions, which is why I gave you the name of Jack to start with when we opened up your reading here. But I do feel that you have another contender for your emotions who's yet to emerge. So when Jack sort of opens up that Pandora's box of loved feelings and emotions pouring out, you're also going to be connected from spirit, from loved ones in spirit, to another paramour. And I feel that your two husbands who passed, they also are sending you a great deal of love. So this little rose quartz heart that is here and the crystal ball, I've made a wish for you for happiness and for security, because I don't feel as though you feel that secure all of the time. So Kathy, it's been a wonderful opportunity for me to share those loved ones coming through in spirit with you, and also to give you that pointer, those little connections for your future. So if you want to know more, come through to me on gracedestiny.com. You can book a reading there, have an email reading, or connect on Eleanor Grace Destiny, and that is on TikTok. So I'll say bye-bye. And to all of you watching, thank you for coming in to my show here today. And I will see you same time next week. Do remember to follow and share as much as you can, and to send in your requests to A1R Psychic Radio. It's been a pleasure. And I've been Eleanor Grace. I'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. How are you? Well, cherished ducklings. Woo-hoo! I'm Perry Lyons. This is I'm You're You, which is the best possible thing you could be. And what else? Green juice. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Before we get to the psychic tarot weather, which we're going to do in a moment, I get a lot of people. It's funny. Like 10 or 15 years ago, especially in the circles I was traveling in now, going around in circles. I was traveling in very sort of intellectual, artsy New York circles. And people would ask me what I did, and I'd say, I'm a psychic, and they'd sort of back away slowly and sneer. Then later on, they'd corner me in the kitchen and ask me for a reading, and I'd be like, no. But people have gotten a lot nicer about it now. If they call me a freak, it's only behind my back, which I appreciate. So I got a couple of questions from you guys in my email this week. Clever things. And first question was, it must be great being psychic. Can you teach me? First answer is, but yes, I'll get back to that. The second question was, why don't you use it to win the lottery? I'm going to answer both of those questions. First question is, the psychic thing, parts of it kind of descended upon me. The being able to see dead people thing was a completely unasked for add-on. Like somebody gave me a convertible roof on my car without consulting me first. Actually, nothing like that at all. But I was at my then husband's art studio in downtown New York, and it was the strangest night in New York City. There was like a 14-hour lightning storm. It was nothing but lightning from the horizon of the sky. It was amazing. And my husband was there with a new friend of his. And stop me if I told you this. And I was playing with some tarot cards. And I didn't know the new friend. And I looked up, and suddenly, standing next to his new friend was kind of a see-through. She wasn't a ghost. I'm terrified of ghosts, just between me. I guess you could just call her somebody who passed over, who stopping by to make a visit. It was sort of like a color slide projected on the water. Don't look at my nails. They're awful. So she was standing there, and I said, Alan, his friend's name, did you know anybody who's about 4'11", had kind of a white curly hair, a very sweet face, wore a Peter Pan collared house dress, and would bake you some sort of cake in a blue pan with a puffy top? And she says her name is Sarah. Hi, Linda. I'll be with you in a minute. Meanwhile, breathe deeply and concentrate on your question. I'll be a couple minutes. So she says her name is Sarah, and she was born either March 13th or 15th. He said, yeah, that was my grandmother, Sarah. The shtetl burned down with the records in it, so she didn't know when her birthday was, so we celebrated it on the 15th because it was either the 13th or 12th or the 14th. We didn't know which. You know what I'm saying. And then suddenly all of these other people appeared behind Alan. I won't go into too much detail because I want to get to nice Linda and do the card reading. But, and because I don't want to break Alan's confidentiality. But what was amazing was both his birth parents and his adoptive parents showed up and said to say hi. Anyway, more about that some other show. But so the other thing about being psychic is if you are in, for instance, a long-term relationship with a very, very handsome guy and he looks elsewhere, you will have a completely realistic, accurate, and in real-time dream about what he's doing while he's doing it. It's not fun. So the psychic thing, it can be fun. As for the lottery thing, right after my traumatic brain injury, which is one of the other things that contributed to me being a psychic that I don't recommend doing, I managed to hit myself over the head with a piano. That was a while ago, but still. So I was standing in line at the Bodega, which is a deli in New York, and just staring idly at the lotto numbers they posted from the day before. And as I'm staring at the numbers, they changed into different numbers. I'm like, that's interesting. So I write them down, and I buy a lotto ticket, which I never do. And so I went home, and the next day I checked, and 5 out of 6 of my numbers had won. And I never found the ticket. And apparently just showing up at the lottery commission and saying, I swear to God, I bought the ticket. I can't find it. Trust me. It doesn't work. Don't believe me. Okay. So, tales from psychic show business. I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather, which is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And if you've seen Twister, when I'm doing the psychic weather, I very seldom have a cow flying over my head. Only once, not this. I don't like to talk about it. Okay, I'm going to pick 3 cards. First card is beginning of the week, starting today. Second card, middle of the week. Third card, end of the week. You're getting the hang of this. And it just addresses kind of the energies that's going to come up. Even if you didn't mean to listen to or watch the show. And if you didn't, shame on you. Come back next week. So here's the first one I got, which is really interesting. It's a family card. It's a many generations card. Sometimes this means somebody is marrying into a form of generational wealth. Only about 20% of the time, and I try to get it for me, but sadly. But most of the time, it means that you're probably going to be either dealing with responsibilities having to do with like parents, children, grandparents, or you're going to be spending some time with extended family. Extended family, by which I mean like multi-generation, is going to come into your consciousness sometime in the first part of this week. Maybe you're just doing genealogy, which I recommend. It's really fun. Until I did that, I didn't know I was the great-great-great-granddaughter of like all these people in the Mayflower. Who knew? Okay. Second card, interesting. It looks a little depressing, but it's actually not. The Hermit card is an affirmation for you to, is that the right word? It's asking you to follow your own truth no matter what. So if there's like something you want to do, an art project or new job, and everybody around you saying, no, ignore them and do your own thing. It's also a moment this weekend when you might have some sort of spiritual revelation. You might, I've been working with something called the Seth Center, which are these channeled messages. It's very, very interesting. It's changed my perspective. You might do something like that, but there's going to be some sort of, the card with this guy on it is, you'll see he's following his own truth. Well, he's following his own lamp, but it's a symbol. Anyway, okay. What is the third card? The third card is interesting. It's it's the Stag cards from Colette Baron-Reid's Spirit Animal deck. I really like it. This does not necessarily mean that you will either turn into a stag or there'll be one in your garden, as there's one in my garden today, eating my roses. And I went and I said, "Can I help you, sir?" And he looked at me. He just looked at me. I'm like, "You want to see the wine list?" And he ran away. The Stag card is public leadership. You might be doing some volunteer work if you're like me, political minded. I've been doing a lot of phone banking and writing postcards and stuff. You might be reminding people to vote for whoever you want to vote for. But it's interesting. Or the other thing my guides just told me is that you might be stepping into a slightly more public leadership thing at work. They might make you have a meeting or do some sort of speech. But it's good. Good card. Woohoo! Okay, Linda, are you still there, my angel? Darling girl? Linda? Oh, good. I'm so glad. I brought one of my spirit guides along to meet you. His name is Ralph. He used to be an accountant, but then he realized he actually wanted to be a spirit guide. Anyway, so I like to connect with people through their birthdays. When is your birthday?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
Oh, I said I like to connect with people through their birthdays. When's your birthday, my dear?
In August.
Is there a specific day or all of August? That must have been hard for your mother.
I'm sorry. Yeah, August 6th.
Oh, great day.
1957.
Oh, you're just a baby. Okay. So, interesting. All right, my dear. What's your question? I think you have a question you want to ask, but you're shy about asking it. So that's the question I want.
I just kind of know what's going on in the future.
Okay. Love future, work future, international affairs future. I'll do a general. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, just general, hon.
Yeah. Okay, hold on a second. Sorry, I scan people when I'm reading them, and I just realized it's not a great look on television. It's like, huh? Tell me about Linda. Okay. Do you have 2 kids? 3?
2.
Okay. Funny, a third one is popping up. I'm not sure why. Okay. Your kids are doing well.
I got like stepchildren.
I'm sorry, what?
I got like stepchildren. But I got like 2 that was mine.
A boy and girl?
Yes.
I like them. They're neat. They're doing great, first of all. Funny, I feel like I don't think I don't feel like you're working right now. Are you retired? Or
Yes, I'm retired.
okay. But you did something that involved administration and healing of some kind. Did you work at a hospital or
Yes.
something to do with insurance?
Nursing home. Yeah.
Okay, that's what, yeah. And that has a lot of paperwork, so damn, I'm good. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting. Have you ever wanted to take a cruise?
No, I've never taken a cruise.
Well, I'm seeing you traveling around the holidays. Is it possible? That's really funny. I've never gotten this for a caller before. Maybe this is just because I was watching that great Cary Grant movie, An Affair to Remember, which is set in a cruise ship. But God,
oh yeah,
I love Cary Grant. Anyway, no, I'm seeing you. Are you in the smaller side? Are you kind of petite?
The smaller side.
Are you like 5'4"-ish, 5'2"-ish?
Yeah, about 5'2", 5'3".
Yeah, 5'2"-ish. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was looking at you because I'm seeing you on the deck. You have shorter hair now? Oh, curly?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay. What's your hair?
Yeah, it's kind of wavy, but it's long.
Oh, cool. Good for you. Well, maybe you'll get a cut by the time you're on the ship. That's funny. I'm not usually long about hair. Well,
I was thinking about getting it cut.
Well, it would look very pretty on you. You've got delicate features, so you could carry it off. When I get a short haircut, I look like a really overgrown 10-year-old boy. Not my favorite look. So I think you are going to be traveling. I don't know if you've traveled much in the last 20 years, but I think you're going to be traveling twice in the next year and a half, which I like. Do you have like ancestors in Europe? I feel like you're going to be visiting a place. Okay, where you're Italy and Ireland? Or Italy or Ireland?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think
Ireland.
Yeah. You might have a little. I got my DNA done. It turns out I was like 4% Italian. Like, oh, what? Okay, yeah, your family's from 2 places in Ireland. It's from like County Clare, or like sort of the middle of Ireland, and then the coast, or like Cork, maybe Galway, Dublin, that kind of thing. I see.
Yeah,
I think might be this. What was that?
I said that's pretty interesting.
Cool. Funny, I said earlier I've been doing genealogy, and I sing a song in my cabaret act called From Clare to Here. Beautiful song. And it turns out my family's from County Clare. So who knew? But I do get the feeling most of your family's from Dublin or Cork, like a little more south. That's sort of, I'm seeing you in the Dublin area sometime in the next 14, 15 months. I keep getting you on this cruise ship. Knock yourself, go for it. Start hinting to your children. They owe you. You gave them life. They can give you a cruise.
Yeah, or I could win the lottery.
Well, I don't know if you heard my earlier lottery story, but if you do, I'll take 10%. Thank you.
Okay.
You're gonna be spending a lot of time with some grandchildren. I think you have one, maybe two. If you don't have two, you're going to have two very soon. You're going to have 4 or 5 total grandchildren. They're
really
adorable. Short but adorable. I mean,
is that grandchildren or great grandchildren?
I guess I was getting I don't know. Maybe it's great grandchildren. It's either grandchildren or great grandchildren. I'm leaving that up to you.
Okay, because I've only got grandson. Somebody else is going to have any babies, so.
Okay.
Except for him, so I guess that would be the great grandbabies.
Maybe. Well, you've got. If you I don't usually say stuff like this either, but you come from a family that has long lives on both sides. Is that correct? If they didn't have long lives, it's because they had an accident or they smoked a lot. But you have at least one grandparent who lived a pretty long time. So I'm seeing a long life for you. So take care of yourself, jog every day. And
okay, I'll try.
No, you don't have to jog every day. I'm just kidding. I think you're going to be doing some sort of, are you good with your hands, like knitting, crocheting, quilting, or something like that? I'm not sure I'm quite on with this. You are? Okay.
I knit all the time.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was getting. Funny, I have so much admiration for people who can knit. So many people tried to teach me to knit. They'll teach me the first part, leave me alone in a room with a big ball of wool. They'll come back 5 minutes later, the entire room will be filled with wool, and my voice will be issuing out to the middle going, help me, help me. So amazing. I think you're going to be doing some sort of volunteer work, or I don't know, I'm seeing you like, it's hard to tell. It's a community space. There's like, construction paper sort of decorations in the walls. So it's not a museum, but I can't tell if it's a multi-use space and you're part of some sort of community group that meets. You play bridge or something, or cards or something, with some sort of community thing. Anyway, I will invite you to get involved in community, even if you don't feel like doing volunteer work. This year coming up is a year that it's a kind of important year for you to be social. It's part of my Let's Make Linda Live to be 104 plan for you. Being social, being in community is very, very good for our immune systems. And someday I'm going to have a friend. No, I'm kidding. Your health seems pretty good. Your joints are a little stiff, but you've been pretty lucky health-wise, I think. Maybe a little blood sugar issue there. I'm not allowed to ask that. Never mind. Do you have any more specific questions, or have I kind of covered it?
No, I think you pretty well covered it, hon. Yeah.
Thank you. And was I accurate? You feel you got your money?
You were.
Okay. Oh, good. It's nice to meet you, Linda. All right, my love. Call back. Let me know how you're doing. I'm Perry Lyons on Facebook.
All right. Thank you very much.
Bye, sweetie. Thank you. Oh, she's adorable. So cute. I get the best callers in the show. I really do. Okay. I get a lot of Leos, too, because they're not, afraid of being on TV. And Aquariuses. I get everybody. And if you're listening or watching, I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Perry Lyons, Perilyons. I'm the New York City celebrity psychic. You're watching Moonstruck TV or listening to A1R radio. And as this title, New York City celebrity psychic probably tells you, I'm a New Yorker who works with a lot of celebrities. I've been profiled in New Yorker magazine. Else? Featured in some documentaries. Finishing a book. And I'm getting ready to teach a class called How to Be Psychic Without Even Trying. So I am sitting here waiting for your call. I'm staring at the phone like a lovesick teenager. And as you can tell, if you heard our last call with lovely Linda, who I just adored, I'm rocking like a 97% accuracy rate today. Not sure why, but I'm not asking questions. So, meanwhile, this weekend, I'll tell you a little about my life while I'm waiting for the next caller. I went to a very fancy society wedding in New York City, which was really fun. And I stayed at my friend Elizabeth Grace's house. Elizabeth Grace is a famous astrologer. So we're putting together a podcast, which I'm kind of excited about. We're both kind of smart Alex, but we're also both very good at our jobs. Well, she is. I just try. And what can I tell you? Somebody else wrote in. This was a Halloween question. And they said, have you ever seen a ghost? I've seen a ghost. I've told that story a couple times in the show, so I'm going to skip it for now. But I will say that I had some poltergeist activity in a nightclub I was bartending and singing in New York City. The place was double. It was a house that was built in 1840, and is now a bar nightclub. And I was all alone, and I'd set up all the alarm system because nobody could get in or out. Well, I mean, obviously, I could get out eventually, but otherwise I'd still be there. Anyway, and I went, and the place had always been kind of haunted. When I was working in the office below, there'd be a light bulb above me, which when I came into work, the light bulb would get bored and start unscrewing itself. So squeak, squeak, squeak. And I'd look up and say, knock it off. I'd go, squeak. And a couple of times it fell on the floor, but most of the time I yelled at it and it stopped. But the one night I had to run downstairs, or just do something and run back up. About maybe 90 seconds. And there was a stage, there were all these sort of like cane, like cafe chairs in the audience. I ran downstairs, came back up 90 seconds later, and there was a pyramid of chairs on the stage. 9 chairs in a pyramid. Not physically or humanly possible. To this day, I'm like, did I see that? But, yes, I did. That was scary. I also have had ghosts tap me very hard on the shoulder when they wanted to make a point. I've had, until I'm deciding not to take any more callers because you guys are so much fun to talk to. I'm going to tell you all my secrets. Well, not all of them. So I also, what can I tell you? Last year I was doing a reading at home for this young woman who had lost her husband. And for some reason, I could not put a foot wrong with that reading. I'm like, he had a white truck. He named Wendy. He was born in Texas, but grew up in Louisiana. I'm like, he's really cute because he was. I can, as I said, when people from the other side appear to me, they look like sort of color slides projected onto water, running water. But he was kind of like a Matthew McConaughey lookalike, about 28. Woo. So I hung up with her, and he was still there. Usually I send him back. He wouldn't leave. He followed me around my kitchen, flirting with me for about 2 hours. And then when I had thought I'd made him leave, he messed with me for another 24 hours. He'd like move stuff, and I could hear him giggle, and I'm like, knock it off. Some of us have to live around here. So I saged my house, and I lit a candle and said some prayers, and I haven't made that mistake again. Sometimes when I'm doing readings for people, just tarot or clairvoyant readings, and I always do Reiki for the person when I'm doing reading. I often don't tell them about it. It's just an energy healing modality. But so I'll be doing the cards, or I'll just be telling them, that they're going to be hit by Buick on Tuesday, or not really. And then often an ancestor, relative of theirs, will appear in the doorway. They know they're not allowed to come further into the room. Not after that thing with that cowboy. So they stand in the doorway and they sort of wave and they identify themselves. And it's really fun. I never believed in life after death. I didn't believe in ESP, or as they used to call it, or psychicness, until it started happening to me. I mean, I was in fashion. I was a model. I worked in retail. Then I worked in publishing. I'm a singer-songwriter. I did cabaret at night in the New York art world. I wasn't expecting this. It's been fun now that I've gotten used to it, but it's also been a little alarming sometimes. Luckily, my guides, my spirit guides, like Ralph here. Where are you, Ralph? Ralph, you're my spirit guide. Ooh, say hi, Ralph. Okay. did not actually. Okay, yes, you are. I'm sorry, I hurt his feelings. As I said, Ralph used to be an accountant. He retired, became a spirit guide. Where was I going? Oh, spirit guides. I don't know where I was going with this, but I have 5 spirit guides. Sometimes they'll change out. I'll get a new one, and one of the older ones will go bother somebody else for a while. 2 of them are people I know. One is a woman dressed in traditional tribal dress from Mali, Africa. I have no idea why. She wears purple. One of them is a very, very beautiful woman. I'll go to my dad. And one's a friend named Robin, who's a great cinematographer, who we lost sadly early. But even though he's a cinematographer, he shows up to advise me about contracts. And he always hits on my pretty female clients. Robin is something of a hound, I tell you. My dad is great for medical stuff. So the woman from Mali, her name is Brenda. Anyway, a spirit guide named Brenda. Okay. Anyway, those are all my secrets for now. Come back next week, I'll tell you some more. But more importantly, I'll tell you your secrets. I love you, and that color looks great on you. See you soon.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Star Connections with Azriel. Live from Azriel.love. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Star Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Everybody, namaste and welcome. It's so beautiful to be with you here today. My name is Azriel, and I'm coming to you live from Nashville, Tennessee on this beautiful and sunny fall day. As always, I just like to take a few moments, just ground in together, talk about sort of the collective energy that's moving through us this week, and then I'll take some time for some questions. The first thing I want everybody to know is I'm offering a gathering next Tuesday evening at 7 p.m. Central Time. You can go to my website, www.azriel.love. You can find it on there to register. It's called The Gathering of Light. And it's a monthly circle where we really open into a space of expanded energy, sort of like a shamanic journey. People join in from all over the world, and we do some breathing, we lie down, and then we go deep in the mystical world of light and light energy to both open and expand and to bring nourishment to ourselves and to the earth. So it's lots of fun. It's beautiful. And if it's your first time joining, it doesn't cost any money. I'd love for you just to join and check it out. So I'll remind everyone on the show next week, but I wanted to drop a seed here. It's called The Gathering of Light. You can also find out more about it on my Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Azriel.love. I would love to be with you all and love to have you with me. So how are you doing, and how have things been for you this week? I'm doing really well. I keep getting that what is most important for me at this time is to come into a place of deeper connection with presence, and to really be putting down the roots, into the earth. And so for all of us, I really feel as we move through this season into the fall, we're being asked, not only do we nourish ourselves, but where is it that we can connect with something that is going to ground us? The image and the feeling I get is almost like a beautiful long line of light dropping down all the way from my tailbone to the center of the earth, and something that is flowing and free and flexible, and at the same time connected to a grounded energy that's bigger than anything I could imagine. And I noticed that as I'm invited to step into this space of connected awareness with earth energy, which is also divine mother energy, it's the energy of the divine mother, it allows me to feel more peace in my body, more openness in my heart, and more acceptance with what is. Because what is crazy right now, right? In our physical realm, in the collective realm, it's chaos, right? And and I think the chaos is going to continue for some time. And for those of us on this journey of light, or on this journey of awakening or spirituality, right, we notice that there's these moments of peace, and then there's these moments of like, oh my God, I'm growing, I'm bursting, I'm shifting, there's all this energy. And okay, how do I come back to myself? How do I ground in myself, in this light, in this flow, and in this awareness, so I can even more be a channel for the soul that's wanting to live through me, and also for the light that's wanting to be grounded in the earth. So that's actually like the biggest message I really got to share this week, is like, how can we come into a space of grounded awareness. And so that's something I might invite you to do, is to notice when you're sort of up here, and even if you're connected to your angels and guides, what is it like to come down into a deeper space and deeper connection, dropping that light down into the earth, and being the channel, being the grounding cord for all of the energy that's really wanting to move through us and move through you, so that we can be embodied and present in this moment. I also want to just pick a card. I'm going to pick a crystal card today. These are Maya Toll's cards. And just seeing if there's a card that can really remind us of the radiance and the energy, something that can bring us into a space where we can say, oh yeah, I can be present and also shine. So let's see. Beautiful. So the energy is celestial quartz. And the word on this card says, become inimitable, become inimitable. And I'll be honest, I don't even know what that means, that word. But the image is of these crystals, grounded and present and connected deep in a cavern of the earth. There is this growing of the light from underneath that is supporting us and bringing us in. And so my sense is, and the feeling is again, how can we drop into deeper connection with that earth energy? And how can we also go to those places within ourselves that feel a little bit more hidden, a little bit more sticky, to come into the light or the growth or awareness that shines through there? So where do those dark spaces in your physiology, in your emotions, in your life, right? Where do they offer the gifts? And where does that quartz and that energy want to shine through? Celestial, bringing the energy of life forth in a magic and in an embodied way. So beautiful. So I think it's really a beautiful week and time to go deep, drop our roots, and what wants to shine from those deeper spaces within. So I know we have a call. I hope I pronounce your name right. I think it's Ilana. I'm from Florida, and it's lovely to be with you here today, Ilana. I'd love to support you in any way that I can. I do readings. Okay. I can sometimes connect with angels and guides if they're here and present with you. And we can also check into your energy system.
Okay, I would love if an angel would come through.
Okay, is there anything specific you're looking for guidance on, or anything at all that you'd like to know right now?
Answers. Okay. I'd just like to know answers.
Okay, so I'm going to take a moment. The way I always start is just to ground in and close my eyes and just really tune in. I'll tell you right now, you called in your angels. I'm feeling them actually very present right now. And I'm feeling a personal guide, I believe, for you right above you at this time, just shining light. And before I even tune in and go deeper, they're saying, trust the path is clear and everything that you will need to know is going to be there for you. They also want you to know very much and very clearly that you are protected and that you are supported. And even though you might not see your way through the path right now completely, or it might at times feel like a dark tunnel, they will always be there for you, lighting the way. And this angel in particular, and I'll see if I can find out a little bit more information about them. So I'm just going to pause for a moment. And so you're being guided. The first thing that comes when I check in is what's in front of you almost seems like impassable, or it feels like there's a not knowing what to do. I'm seeing sort of like almost like a black velvet line. It's sort of like, or a black hole. There's a thickness to it, so it's not like emptiness. And yet the higher guidance is very, very clear. You're being asked, and that's part of the reason why you're calling in on this show, is to tune in to the higher guidance that's available to you, to trust your intuition. Your intuition is very clear right now, and to ask for the higher guidance and support. It's not going to come through your mind. Your mind will not figure it out, and it will not tell you the next steps to take. It's really almost on one level handing it over to the universe, God, spirit, whatever words you want to say, and calling in and like almost like in devotion and prayer and bhakti, really asking for the support. And as soon as you do that, and as soon as that happens, it's almost like these beings, you ask for angels, I just want to laugh because they're all around you, personal guides, even more than angels, I would say. But they're like, oh, we're here to help. We'll clear the path. We're going to get there. Now, I want to be clear. The path is not necessarily going to be, it's not that easy. Like it is that easy, of course, and then it's not. There are lessons happening for you for a reason. And part of the movement forward is going to be slower than your mind would like, than your personality would like. But they'll get like like you've got cheerleaders, like, right? Like it doesn't have to feel so heavy. It doesn't have to feel so hard. So I'm just going to tune in a little bit more. If there is any specific challenge you're having with an individual right now, or with a situation, Archangel Michael is here, ready and willing to really work with you on that. I feel him, and I feel his blue sword and energy of light that is here to help cut the cords to this pattern or to this connection. By cutting the cords, it doesn't mean that you won't have relationship to this situation or to this person, but it can clear you of the baggage that's holding you back. And by holding you back, I feel like it's something standing in front of you, right? Like it's again, the insurmountable that's in front of you. It's not trying to pull you back. It's trying to almost like keep you where you are. And it doesn't mean that it will make it move right away, but there is this energy and this flow of Archangel Michael that is here to help you. And so if you want, we can do a very, very short clearing with that right now. And I also believe that Archangel Michael is here sort of at your call. And he's here. And in what I'm seeing is that he wants to put sort of a force field in front of you, or he's here to help you by putting a force field in front of you so that even though it doesn't, like, again, there might be like something that doesn't feel safe or easy to move ahead into, that you can feel that safety and that protection, and that you don't have to take on the energy that is not yours. So before I move on to just sort of help clear any energy, any questions, or how does this all feel?
Well, it sounds pretty spot on. I feel like my grandmother is my guide. That's how I feel. And that's what it sounds like to me.
Yes.
But there is definitely another angel that I feel is trying to let themselves be known.
There is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I get a sense is your grandmother is your guide, and she is always with you, always, right? And she's one of the ones who's wanting to sort of clear the way for you. She brings actually a lot of joy and a lot of unconditional love. My sense is the bright light that I feel above you, that's sort of in between the energy of like the archangels, and then that's more personal to you, although bigger. It's bigger than a personal guide. I feel that is the newer guide or the newer angel that's really wanting to come in and lead the way. Let me just see, not lead the way. It's more like, I'm here. Ask me for support. I'm here. all I can share is my perception of them. I see them as higher up. So again, they're above, like they're not of this realm. It's not, it's like, they're like this beautiful light higher up, and it's a white and golden light. More white is their energy, but it's got the grounded energy of the gold with it. And, they too are unconditional love and joy, but there's something much bigger in their energy, very grounded in their energy, and they are very much wanting you to connect with them. Now, I'm just going to see if there's any message exactly from them on how to do this. One moment. So they're saying it's easy. One of the ways they're saying that you can connect with them, or that they can make themselves more known to you, because they are always there with you right now. They're very close. There's something about sitting in a cross-legged position, if you're able to, otherwise sitting on your on a chair with your feet on the earth, and having your palms up and just bringing your awareness to what's above you, right? So you can just even take your eyes or bring your awareness up to the crown chakra and really just sort of tune in. And it's not about leaving the body, right? It's not about you going to meet them. They're coming to meet you, and just letting them know that you are ready, you are here, and you are open to receive their blessings. And they say just even to do this once a day, right? And maybe sit for a couple minutes after that, by couple 2 to 3 minutes with your palms facing up, and know that in time, probably in a very short amount of time, so by short, a week or two, you will start getting clearer messages or understanding from them. Okay.
Okay.
So do I have your permission to just bring a little bit of Archangel Michael's energy in, just to clear sort of the field and the field around you?
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is beautiful. So we'll just take a moment, and I'm going to invite you just to take a couple breaths. Just breathing in and sighing out. And every time you sigh out, maybe do this 2 or 3 times, just let yourself fall into your body. Let yourself just really relax into your body, into your space. And I'm seeing a beautiful blue crystal about 1.5 feet above your head, and a green crystal about 1.5 feet below your body. There's this beautiful white diamond light quartz, or maybe even a diamond, in front of you, behind you, and off to the right and left. Again, about 1.5 feet. So quite close into your body. Maybe closer to 3 feet on the sides and in front and back. Beautiful. And if you could turn your palms up, let's call in and give thanks and gratitude to the energy of Archangel Michael, drawing him in with his divine light, divine presence, and asking for his support today to really clear any cords or any energies that are available and accessible to do so right now in pure light, pure consciousness. For Alana. Beautiful. And he's right here with us. You may feel him as a blue light. You may feel him as a totally different energy. You might not feel anything at all. It doesn't matter. And trust what you feel. If you see or feel something different, that's great. And the image I'm getting, it's funny because he showed me a sword earlier in the call. And now he's sort of taking that sword, and instead of like beaming like a big lightning bolt of light, he's just scraping the outside of your auras with this sword, creating this beautiful, beautiful blue vibration of light, allowing your own beautiful reflection to shine so bright and so alive. Front, above, sides. He's making sure the sides are really nice and clear. and back behind you. And then he's just grounding you in with that blue crystal and the green crystal, circling the energy through your body. Beautiful. And then he's asking you to bring your...
calming.
Yes. And he's asking you to bring your awareness first to your belly and to repeat in your mind or out loud, it doesn't matter. I am safe. I am held. I am supported. Beautiful. So bring your awareness to your heart. And then to your third eye. And I'm going to invite you to take 3 deep breaths. I have another caller waiting, and so I am going to go in a moment, but I'd like you to take those deep breaths. And if possible, just to let yourself rest for a few moments, feel free to reach out to me at azrael.love. It's not .com.love. If you have any questions or want to share. And as I said, we've got a gathering of light next Tuesday. It'd be wonderful to have you with us if inspired. And it's been such a beautiful pleasure. And remember, just sit for a few minutes every day asking to connect with that angel. But for now, give yourself permission to just rest. So much love.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Enjoy your day. And so I have time for one more caller. It will be a shorter call, but we'll make the most of it. It's a beautiful Sherry, and I can't remember where you're from. I'm sure I'll know in a moment, but to have you with us, Sherry from Connecticut. Beautiful.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, I've got about 6-7 minutes, and so I'd love to make the most of it. How can I support you today?
I'm not sure. Is this going to be is this a health call, or is this like a psychic? Like, can I ask a question, or are you doing something specifically?
Yeah, whatever you like. If you'd like something specific, we can go there. If you'd like more of a health or tune into the energy call, I can work in whatever capacity you like. I can't always guarantee with guides and angels or past loved ones. Sometimes they arrive. But I've got cards, I've got my intuition, and yeah.
I was just wondering if you see any changes coming for me up the road romantically.
Okay. So the first thing that comes, and I will pull some cards for this, is you're ready, right? And what you're longing for and what you're looking for, right, is there is a sense of desiring that change. I feel that there's been some protection for some time in your field. And it's almost like, can I take that inhale? Can I really allow myself to both open and to trust that what I'm looking for can really come through? If you've been in a relationship or are in a relationship, again, there's protection there, right? Like there's this a holding there. It's almost like what the vibration that you're looking for, it hasn't sort of like, I want to say existed for some time, but it hasn't really come into space, right? And into play. And so my first sense is you're ready and there is that desire and that flow, but it's calling in a very different energy of what you've been used to in the last little bit, at least. So I'm going to just pick some cards. Okay, and so I'm working with a Rider-Waite deck, and so Rider-Waite is a very traditional deck. Okay, so the first card that I pulled up does speak really, really well, and this is going along a lot with what I see in your energy field. Okay, and so I picked 4 cards. Yeah, I'm going to pick 4 cards, and I'm going to stay with it. So the first thing that needs to be done is, yes, there are shifts possible, but some of it is really not just getting clear on what it is and what you need, but it's like, where is it? Are you, I want to say, like, again, holding yourself back or in a place of a protection or fear because you've been sort of burned in the past, right? Or it's like, can that vibration, can that energy of what you're really longing for come in? And my sense is that when it comes in, which could be quite soon, by soon, I would say next 3 months to 6 months, it means a tremendous change for you in your life. But before you can like make that shift or make that change or have things shift, there's something that you need to do with your own inner growth and inner work about saying, I am ready. I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to let go. I'm ready to open to what it is I truly deserve and truly need. So the first card, we got two wonderful cards in here. We've got the first card we got was the 10 of Cups. And then the third card we got was the World. Now, both of these were in reverse. That is not like a bad thing when they're in reverse. It just means the 10 of Cups in reverse. It's like, it's all there for you. It's ready. But are you ready for it? And can you really open to being like, yes, universe, like I'm ready to make this shift and I'm ready to make this change. The second card was the 8 of Swords in reverse. And this is the person in bondage, right? And when they're in reverse, it's saying you're ready to be free of this bondage. Now, this bondage is of your own making. Doesn't mean you haven't had challenging relationships. It doesn't mean that you're not even now dealing with some challenging things. But like, all you got to do is say, I'm not having this anymore, right? Like, I am ready. I can open up to that flow. And when we see that in reverse, it's like, yes, you're ready. And it's that simple of you being like, okay, universe, I'm ready. This is what I want. This is what I'm opening up for. And then the third card we got in reverse is the World. And now in reverse, it doesn't mean, this is just like the 10 of Cups. It doesn't mean it's not happening. The potential's there. It's ready, but it's about you being ready for it and being ready to say, yes, I deserve this. And yes, this is what I want. And part of the fear, and we're going to close with I don't want to say a harder card, but it's a scary card for a lot of people, is the Tower. And the Tower doesn't mean your life's going to change bad. It doesn't mean that anything bad is going to happen. For me, what I'm really seeing and feeling with this, it's like a change in the way that you've been relating. It's a change in the shift of your experience. And that's where some of the fear is like, what happens if I truly have, and this is unconscious fear, right? In your being, it's like, what happens if I truly take this leap? What happens if I truly fall in love? What happens if I really like let go of the past or let go of this and open up to a fullness that I desire? It means a huge change of life. It doesn't mean you're going to have to move where you're living or anything like that. But it means opening yourself up beyond your wildest dreams, what you're ready for. And so I think that's like sort of like, oh, okay, it's out there. And yet there is this unconscious fear or unconscious protection that's still wanting to shift. So I do see some shift coming for you. I see it coming very soon, probably in the next 3 to 6 months, this energy flowing and happening. And so a lot of it is truly about, okay, where is it that you can say, I'm ready? And then to get really clear on what it is you want to bring in. So any questions? Hello? Well, I'm trusting that got through and you were able to hear that loud and clear. And if you do have any questions, feel free to reach out with me at azrael.love. I believe it's almost time for my show to be finished. So thank you all so much for joining in. I really appreciate it. It's been wonderful. Feel free to check out my website, azrael.love, my Facebook page, facebook.com, azrael.love. And I'm looking forward to seeing you next week. It's been wonderful to share with you all today. And I wish you the most beautiful and wonderful day. Namaste.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, Psychic Tuesday. I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. Let's get started because we've got some crazy planets going on. I'm sure you've been feeling it for a little while. And we're, of course, going to look at all 12 signs. Listen to both your sun, moon, and rising. Your sun is like your divine masculine. It's your outer world, your responsibilities. Your moon is your internal world, your divine feminine, and your ascendant. It's what brings it together and drives it forward. And so you can listen to all three messages. We're going to start at the top, and I'm going to do things a little bit different. I'm going to go from one sign to their exact counterpart and back and forth. So we're going to start with Aries and Libra. So we're going to start with Aries. You've got the North Node and you've got Chiron, and it's all around some old wounds, healing. You might have been hit hard over this last 2-3 years, and you have a big shift in karma, and that's coming even by the end of the year. You're going to start to feel it in the next 6 weeks, and more so as we lead into your birthday. And the big messages for you are going to be around, letting go of regrets, letting go of your regrets, and you don't own anyone else's regrets. And so it's about moving forward. And the North Node will create events in your life to compel you to move forward, whether you want to or not. And I feel like the universe is saying to you, have a little faith. And a little faith can go a really long way. And I had one of my favorite Aries tell me that their faith was something that they hung on to so much that it would have gotten them through the worst times. But at any rate, hang on to that faith, and you don't own anyone's regrets. You're moving forward. It might feel like you're leaving people, situations, jobs, things behind, but no, in doing that, you're really stepping into a new world. And I feel like you've set yourself up for success, Aries, even if it doesn't feel like it at the moment. Libra, you had the South Node of Karma in your sign, all around your identity, relationships, your boundaries, how you would have effectively made peace or war. And so now you're really coming to some conclusive thoughts around that. So if you're in a relationship where you're like, I've kind of served my time, you might be making some decisions there. Otherwise, I feel like you could be making commitments. Whatever you're putting in place, I feel like someone is in need of your love. Offer it to them. Make the offer, Libra. I feel like you're coming to a time of understanding. You're coming to this time of seeing other people's side of the story, seeing other people's point of view, and maybe they're going to see yours. And you're going to feel heard. And I feel like you're going to be able to make some sort of offer of love or commitment, even if that's to yourself. Even if it's like, I'm single, or my relationships have gone to the wayside. That's okay. It's even to yourself, because that's where it starts. Not to be too okey dokey, but there we are. Let's keep going. Let's go to the Taurus Scorpio. Happy birthday, Scorpio. You have got Mercury and a new moon. And it kind of comes together, but you got lots going on. You also have your two ruling planets coming in for a showdown. Tense. And for you, it's going to show up. It's really going to impact siblings, home, family, kids, grandkids if you have them. So for you, Taurus, you have a really strong full moon coming along with Uranus in your sign. And across from you is all the Scorpio energy with the sun. So as this comes forward for you, Taurus, it's really going to come forward around relationships, where you're at with things, who's in your life, how you identify and what you want. You might finally figure it out. What do I want? And that could include friendships. And so watch for sabotage, watch for self-sabotage, people sabotaging your efforts. Maybe keep things close to your chest over the next 7 to 10 days. I wouldn't get too wordy with things. And I feel like you're going to find something that excites you, where you're going to feel like you can finally go all in. You can finally let down your guard and go all in. And I feel like it's going to come out of the blue. And I feel like watch for that full moon shedding light on people and situations around you. Could be a good date night. Okay. Let's keep going. Scorpio. And Scorpio, with your birthday, Mercury and this new moon, the beginning of November is going to be really important around offers, opportunities, resets, reorganizations, whether you're ready or not. At the same time, with Mars and Pluto sort of showing down, kind of opposite of each other. And they're in Cancer and Capricorn right now. And we're going to come back to that in a minute. But that's really going to impact like your 6th, your 9, and your 3rd houses. And in saying that, home, family, decisions, moves, leases, chunky money, either you're dishing it out or it's coming to you. Hope it's coming to you. And things being communicated, but this whole week and this next 10 days are all around this. So I'm sure you won't be too shocked when it shows up. But nonetheless, I feel like there could be around paying bills. And so yours, others, coming to you, going out, you could be taking care of all kinds of that business. And when I feel like when I look at some of this stuff, I feel like you might feel a bit unappreciated. People are kind of absorbed with their energy. This is the time where you might just have to step up, suck it up, deal with it, and then take notes, take sort of tally for later. And you don't have to give your power away. You can set boundaries around this. You can say, I can only do this. I can only do that. Okay. Remember that. Okay, Scorpio. Gemini, sun, moon, rising. Gemini, you have Jupiter in your sign, retrograde, feeling a little low powered, feeling a little overwhelmed, feeling like maybe a lot going on, Geminis. And you could find that this is time where you're able to deepen relationships as opposed to skim over them, go by them too lightly. You might be going over old things, what people have said. And I don't care don't give thought energy to what people say, do, or think. And what they think about you. And this is your life to live. And as long as you're happy with where you're at, because I feel like you might feeling like you're having to justify yourself in some way over this next 7 to 10 days. And I feel like you might also find intense chemistry with people, and not necessarily romantic, could be business partners, friends, and hopefully romantic. They're Geminis. And I feel like you can find chemistry, and it could even be with workmates. You could find that, you're really jiving or gelling with workmates this next 7 to 10 days. Sagittarian, sun, moon, rising. You've got Venus and Mercury about to show up in your sign in a few days. So more towards this, the 5-day mark from now. But you've got Venus there, and really about your values and having to make decisions around some of your values. Like maybe you're having to either or, this or that, feeling pulled. You could be feeling pulled of things you have to take care of at home, in your own body, in your own health, what's going on around you, your money. And then you're feeling pulled about having to be at work, make money, be out there in the world. And so don't feel guilty. Guilt. I sometimes feel people feel guilty when they feel like they're powerless. And that it's just, they feel like I should have, would have, could have. And so take responsibility for your choices, make different choices, make different decisions. You have an opportunity to turn some things around with the second, or find balance to your schedule, find balance to what's been teetering you over. It's going to be really good. So Venus is going to be really powerful for you, and really having you realign your decision making. And it could be the universe supports you to put the things you need in place for it to happen for you. Cancer and Capricorn, holy moly, Cancerians, the stories. You have got Mars in your sign, really creating action, assertion, aggression, and showing down with Pluto at its final degrees of Capricorn. What is that final block for you, particularly maybe in relationships? Maybe you're going to put in a big effort to something that wasn't required before. You could be making plans that you never made before. You could be pushed into boundaries and comfort zones you've never been before, and it could be pretty big for you. Going to maybe traveling destinations you've never been, or taking the time off you haven't done this before. So there's going to be some comfort zone stuff for you with Mars making you take action, and Pluto really questioning your power in something or pushing back on you in some way. And dishonesty could show up with people around you, could come in terms of like communications, pushing back. People could just want to make the argument for sake of making the argument, as opposed to really having an argument. And so I'd watch for that. And breathe, let it go, let them. This is going to be a week there, little Cancerians, you might just be saying, let them. That's fine, let them. All right, then we've got Capricorn, Pluto in your sign, Sun, Moon, Rising. You've got Pluto at the very final degrees, finalizing, recapitalizing, reorganizing. This could be your identity, your career, where you're going. New directions in big ways, and really more so around what drives you, what moves you forward, how you see yourself in the world. So it's some big stuff for you. You could be making the commitment to the new you, your new career path. This could involve taking bold steps into new directions. And remember, it's okay to be happy. Ultimately, that's what you're looking for, Capricorn. Is you're looking for ways really just to be happy, just to be satisfied with what's going on for you and with people around you. And you're just trying to find that zen in your life, and you might have been feeling pretty challenged even over the last few years. And this could come around your career, your direction, where you're at. And now you're making, there's some final decisions around this. It could come conclusions of contracts even if you've been in multi-year contracts, and it's a blessing. Believe me, don't feel like, oh my gosh, endings of things. Sometimes it's stale already. Get rid of it. Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising. You have a change in karma coming by the end of the year into January, February, right into 2026 with the North Node of Destiny. And what's really going to light up as well, because in Pisces across from you, you'll have Saturn, Neptune, and the South Node of Karma. And foreign shores, foreign lands, foreign places you want to go. I'm kicking my camera off. Places you want to go, people that live away. You could be making larger travel plans, Virgo. Foreign shores, foreign places. Relationships are fuzzy, confusing, a bit murky over the next 7 to 10 days. I don't know that this would be the time to start anything new. Forgiveness can go a long way, forgiving others, forgiving yourself. Particularly if your own struggles, sometimes you can get kind of caught up in their own mind and all the things that happened in the past or in past ways that they could be kind of feeling like, I'm really needing some time to heal myself. And life can be hard and wonderful for you. It could be having to work hard, having to put into the grind, having to go do everything that needs to be done, and hoping that you could be loved at the end of the day. And I feel like that could come to you. It's being offered to you. Please accept it. Pisces. Sun, Moon, Rising. I did forget Leo and Aquarius, but I'm coming back to you guys. Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising. You've got Neptune. You've got Saturn. You've got the South Node. This is, water is, you guys govern the ocean and water. And this next 2 years, it's all about water, folks. It's all about water everywhere. And keep that in mind. Powerful transformations, powerful ways of going about things. You could have felt a bit neglected over the last 7 to 10 days, much like our oceans are feeling neglected, but you could have been feeling neglected. And don't look outside yourself for answers. This could be feeling like a bit of a solo time for you, where you're really being required to go inward, really being required to look within yourself, look into yourself, look and be by yourself. And maybe you're learning to do that. Maybe that's something for you, Pisces, that you're really learning, just to be with your spirit and trusting it, and trusting that time alone is going to serve you. Okay, then we got Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising. Leos, you have the power, and you're going to find that it's going to be easy. Like, it's going to come to you in ways that you weren't expecting, ways that you were a bit shocked or surprised or unanticipated, and that all of these opportunities and wonderful things sort of come into your world in terms of, and just watch the ego with it. It could be that you might be feeling like you have to defend yourself, or like you have to stand up for yourself because you're just living your best life. And you could have people who are like, wow, what are they up to? How come they're doing that? How come this is going on there? And so keep that in mind, Leo. You don't owe anyone an explanation. Live your best life. You could find that your hackles could get up with people once they're questioning what you're doing. Aquarians, finally, sun, moon, rising. My little Aquarians, you're about to have Pluto come into your sign. In the next 10 days, you're going to start to feel that you've probably been feeling the energy already, but it is a new day. It's a new dawn, and it's a new era. And you're on the mend, and you're on the fix. You're on the mend. You're perking yourself up as closer you get to your birthday. You're doing some deep regeneration, deep healing, deep recommitment. And don't hold grudges with people. Don't hold grudges. You could find that people are testing you, aggravating you, challenging you, forcing you to look at a few things. And, it's okay, Aquarius. I feel like this is going to be a good time for you to, you're healing things. You're really taking care of business. You're really getting on top of things that might have been left out of the way for a while. The next 7 to 10 days, you're going to have opportunities to see those things clearly. Okay. Now let's get to callers. You can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com, and we're going to go to our first caller, and we've got Danielle in Wichita. Danielle. Thank you. My name is Bernice. I am in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I'm a psychic medium. How can I be of service to you?
I was interested in a mediumship.
Okay, well, I can try to answer something for you the next few minutes. What would that be?
Is Justin, Bonnie, Chris, or Josh around me?
That's okay. I don't need the names, but let's think about people in your life, people that just bring them to mind. Bring yourself present, bring yourself centered, and I'm going to try to tune in and see what they might want to share with you today.
Okay.
All right. Responsibility. There's something about a man who passed who's talking about having to take care of his responsibilities, and that I feel like the last thing would be for them to be on your shoulders or for them to wind up in your energy. And that this is even around financial responsibilities. There's something about that might have been placed on your shoulders that with this man, there's also a child spirit. And I don't want to be too esoteric with that, but this child spirit's been gone a little while as well. And the first thing that kind of comes to mind, this young person, this young person and habits and things that would have appeared or showed up in habits, people struggling around you or struggling. You may have tried to help people and struggling with their habits. And there's this young male guy, and you did share the names, and thank you. And I don't know which I'm talking about. I'm just sort of been a free flow message, if that's okay. And
okay.
And that the habits that I feel like this younger man would have been struggling with. Again, that word responsibilities. He's with this man. I want to say older man, but honestly, I feel like you've had young people pass around you that have not. You have a man. I could have even been closer. I'm in my 50s, so he might have been closer to my age. He could have been maybe 60, not very old, and he keeps showing up with this younger man. And there's something about habits, and maybe that you're always there for people, and on your back. And I keep seeing the number 5, and 5 of you, or a group of 5, and that you're like always carrying the responsibility, and people trying to help, trying to heal, trying to make things happen. I'm supposed to tell you about a third party situation around you right now that could become very frustrating. I'm sorry?
Okay.
Okay, so...
And what they say about that?
Yeah, that there's things that are getting in the way of a relationship, and that it feels like there's third-party interference. And I just feel like these two men, this young guy, they have your back. They have your back. Like, they're like, we're watching. And that you have maybe a challenging conversation that's going to come up around this. You know, it's interesting because there's also something about social media that somebody could be like, I even feel like maybe the interference or third-party interference could have something on social media or on a social media. And that was messages that might come up. And they want you to know, I feel like this young guy particularly, you're too amazing. Like, he's like, you're too amazing to put up with this, or you're too amazing for this. And you're going to think about maybe moving forward on your own. Oh, I wish I could just say, like, you know, love and light and all these beautiful things, but I feel like they would never lie to you. This, like, I almost feel like this young guy would never, he would tell you, even if you didn't want to know. He also shows me the image of a lion, like, you know, roar. Like, I don't know what the lion means, but it's like a powerful symbol around him in I feel, a good way. There's something about music, song lyrics, music, like someone really liked to, almost like they were a poet. And when they talk about, it's funny because I'm going to go back to, they wants me to go back to the third party thing, that you've seen signs of things, and they're just affirming that your gut has been on, and there's something even in the last 4 months, they keep telling me that you might have had something in your mind around this, or that you might have been feeling it. Okay. I want to go to something about a woman who is currently alive in your family, that houses, moves, changing houses. There's a commitment required from you. You could be helping someone with their change in residence. You could be having them stay with you, or you making a commitment to go to them. So there's something important about that showing up as well. I keep hearing there's an apology coming. You might be in it. You might be in the apology. You could be getting the apology very shortly. If I could be so bold, because I don't want you to go, oh, you know, B's giving me bad news. I don't want to give you bad news. I feel like you're going to get an apology. I feel like you've had interference in a relationship. Something feels very off, on, coming back around for you to really finalize something and move forward in this relationship. I almost wonder if you might go, you do you, I'm going to do me. And you might put some serious boundaries in with someone, although I feel like there's some deep love with them. And that they're also struggling with habits, old patterns, old habits. And girl, you're the breaker of them. I feel like this has been a common theme. You have, I'm going to go back to this lady. I almost want to go to like an auntie figure, and it just keeps, like the sister, and it keeps, she keeps showing up around you. There's something about a lady and her legs, her leg issues, legs, mobility, circulation, something about this. And I feel like you're carrying something on your back with this energy. You might have to, because I just feel like responsibilities are the word of the day, really, in my head for some reason. I don't know if I should ask the question, or do you have, there's something about social media that keeps coming up for you, and something could come to light for you. Something could go viral, I guess. I would accept that too, but I feel
good
like
or something bad.
Something good, viral, but
Okay.
I also feel like for instance, you could release a video, you could put something out there that actually does better than you think it was going to do, or better than it. Maybe you're putting some effort into something with your social media that is going to be quite good. I also think that you have interference in some sort of relationship that could come through social media as well, and to also pay attention to that. Blocking is a good thing. And I never hesitate. Okay.
Right.
And because I don't want anyone trying to poop on your parade, you could be trying to really put something in a good way, something out there. And I think you're going to be supported by the universe in it. I just feel like sometimes it's like crabs in a bucket. And the more success people see you having, the more they want to check a reality for you, And I just feel like the other piece Spirit wants me to tell you is to check in with your stomach, your body, your digestive tract. There could be something you're going to really, maybe it's to trust it, I guess, but I feel like something you're going to really get on track with that, around that. If I could, I feel like it's also okay to be happy as well. I feel like you really grind yourself down, or you put yourself totally out, or you work yourself to the end, and you don't give back to yourself, or you're hardest on yourself. This is something that I feel like they want you to be happy. They keep saying treatment to me. Maybe you were trying to help somebody with that. Maybe you're gifted that way, helping people with.
I have been trying to help somebody.
Mm-hmm. There's something where you might even decide. There could be even a pathway, a career pathway, a pathway forward for you in this. And I feel like your help is going to go somewhere. So I feel like whoever you're helping, where you're trying to help this person, I feel like you're holding space for them. This is something they've never experienced before with someone, that you remain detached, but you hold space for them, and that they're very appreciative. I just feel like things could be a little hard over the next 10 days or so. Don't give up.
Okay.
Okay. Don't give up.
All right.
The other thing that comes up is there's something about work. And I'm going to just say you could be having to travel into a new location, or there's something about a change in your location with work. And I don't know that it's about a job. It could just be that there's some sort of change in the location of where you're going to be working. I feel like could be quite beneficial to you as well.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. 7. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Understanding Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mary, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I hope you're all doing really well. I want to go quickly again because I want to try to get through as much. Spirit are always directing me to do readings for the collective, for people who don't get a chance to, get through with their call. And so I try to, pack in as much as I can. So I want you, if you want to participate, to choose between card 1, 2, or 3. Just see what you gravitate to. It is for the collective, so if it doesn't resonate with you at the moment, you can hang on to the information and just see if it comes up for you at a later time. I have been guided to use angel cards today, and the ones that were chosen have got like writing on them, and the messages are quite clear. So I think that I'm just going to go this week with just reading them out. And so the first one that I got chosen for the first group is release, and it's Archangel Azrael. All right, that's this card here. And the card says the end of a phase or situation, a spiritual transformation, and time to move on. The second card that I got directed to was this one, and it has serenity. Everything in and around me is in perfect harmony. You're moving into a time of greater inner peace and tranquility. The angels reassure you that peace of mind is within you. You can feel serene even in the midst of great turmoil. And I feel, like this is really about just making decisions and getting more clarity, for yourself, and just kind of work in that way. Okay. If you've picked the second group, it's the 4 of water, which is this one, and it's missing opportunities, discontentment or boredom. Open your eyes to possibilities. I always love the way these all just seem to line up. I like going to more than one deck because it's just confirmation when you get the similar message from another deck. And this one is declutter. And it's got written in here, I'm surrounded only by what I need and love. The angels want you to know the best way to declutter your home, your workspace, and your life is to take things one small step at a time. Combining small steps will lead to big improvements that will be easier to maintain over the long run. And this, I feel too, really has a lot to do with just falling into the habit of just staying stagnant or in the same belief system. So, it's like a false illusion that you can put on yourself that you're stuck, so kind of like get a new perspective, on things and look at things and work through things differently where whatever you need to apply it to in your life. If you've chosen the third group, this card is the Emperor, and it's under Archangel Michael, and it comes in, it's got organization and logic, structure and discipline and leadership. The card that came out with this was Focus, which is very appropriate for this card as well. I can choose what I want to focus on. As you work on your goals and recognize you need to take a step back and really focus on what you are trying to accomplish, whether you are starting a new goal or already in the midst of it. The angels are urging you to have good organization and lots of preparation in place. And, this is like really just taking action for what you want, putting in the work to achieve your goals and, the path to success, whatever that looks like, and in whatever area, again, that you want to do. Okay, I'll get to my caller now. I believe I've got Carol on the line. Hi, Carol.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
That's good. How can I help you today?
I just we'll see what you pick up, or if you want to draw some cards, that would be great.
Yeah, I do already have some cards because whenever I'm shuffling cards before the show, cards do fly out. There is also 2 people in spirit here. I'll see if you recognize either of these. Are you happy for me to go to spirit? I suppose I should ask you.
Yes, yeah, sure. Yeah. You can see what you pick up on spirit. I have some dead loved ones that are in spirit, yes.
All right, fantastic. All right. When I sat down to get myself ready for the show, I could smell like my space here was full of smells of food, and I have not cooked, and I do not have food smells in my house. I could smell all this cooking, and I feel like this has to do with, I felt straight away it had to do with a grandmother type energy, and she was coming in, she was holding a rolling pin, but I feel like she would have maybe liked to sing or have music on when she cooked, but she was sort of like coming in with a very light-hearted kind of vibe. There was a lot of focus on the food, so I don't know if she liked to cook or she liked to eat or good food or whatever. Do you recognize this spirit?
Yes, my mother.
Oh, it's your mother. Okay, beautiful. Okay, because she has come in with very specific messages for you, and one of the things that she said to me is the strong must protect the sweet. So I don't know if she sort of like looked at you like in that way, like obviously you're her daughter, but it was like her way of saying she's watching over you and looking after you. Okay. From the other side. She came through also singing this nursery rhyme, which was Jack be nimble, Jack be quick, Jack jump over the candlestick. And she was like, the reference to that is like, you don't have to put out all your fires. You don't have to work everything out. Just like the energy around your reading today is like just getting on with things. You don't have to have everything worked out, okay? To just keep moving.
That makes sense.
Yeah, just keep doing what you want to do. She said something, and I've written it down here because I didn't want to forget it. I heard her say, no more poison for your soul, only light will flow. And she showed me like this white river of this white light, and while it was sort of snaking around like a river might, it was just full of all light. And then she spoke to me, and she was giving me the song, I don't know who sings this, but it's Dreamer, and I could hear like Nothing But a Dreamer, from that song. So I don't know if you're sort of like, daydreaming a lot about things. I've been told it's Supertramp. So you can also have a look at that, but those lyrics in particular were what was standing out, for your reading. It's like constantly like hearing her saying, move on, keep going, okay?
I am doing a lot. It makes sense. I'm doing a lot of things.
Okay, beautiful. I'm glad it makes sense. There was also a male spirit around, and he's going to him as well because he's coming in with a lot of similar messages for you as well.
By my father. They're together, father. I believe. They were married for almost 60 years, and I believe they're together. It's probably my father.
Yeah, it is your father. It's definitely your father, because I did write that down. He's coming in. He was coughing or clearing his throat, so I don't know if he had an issue with his throat or if he, just used to clear his throat or whatever, but he came in like kind of clearing his throat, and he was saying to me he's a good listener, and he's a good thinker, and he's a thinker, and he's very, and he was like very inquisitive as well. Does that make sense for you with your dad?
Yes. Yes, that makes very sense. Yes.
All right. Yeah. So that's your confirmation that I'm also with your dad, and they came in together. She came in first, by the way, and
yes, she would have. That's always how it was in life. Yeah, she was more outgoing, and he was always in the back. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's come in with a similar energy regarding the messages for you. He came in with a song as well. Now, I don't know if he liked the Beatles, but he came in singing.
I grew up on the Beatles. Yeah, my sister played the Beatles. Yeah, when I was, I heard nothing but the Beatles growing up.
Oh, fantastic. Well, the song that he came in specifically was Let It Be.
Oh, all right? Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I love that song.
The song that I could hear was when I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me speaking.
Oh, my gosh. I just got chills. Yeah. I just bought a Virgin Mary statue. That's really a coincidence. Well, I don't believe in coincidences. It's a confirmation. I just bought a Virgin Mary statue 2 days ago, and I put it on it has a sticky thing, and I put it on the dashboard of my car, and it has a little stained glass, and it's only an inch tall, but it is the Virgin Mary, and I wear the Virgin Mary necklace of holy metals. I'm very attracted to the Virgin Mary, and I sense the Virgin Mary's presence. So when you said that song, right away, the Virgin Mary popped in my head. So wow, that really, I just got tingles. Wow, you're good. You're good. Oh yeah.
Oh, thank you. Because the energy around that was around that. And if you look and watch the show, I'm just going to hold my book up, but, I did write, I don't know if it's, where am I going? I don't know what I'm doing, but there we go, that I wrote religion there on it where I wrote the song. I think it might be a bit blurry, but anyway. And they're both, they're coming in like they're lining up together now. Now, I don't know if you've had any issues, but they're around you and they're wanting to help you with family, with children, any stress. They're like, there needs to be some changes, some transformation, moving on, okay? And new way of looking at things. I'm getting a lot about children and new beginnings. Do you have children already?
Yes, I have 2 boys. They're grown.
Yeah, okay. So a lot of changes around that for you, Carol, all right, with family.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm your host, Andrea Bacon, and thank you so much for joining us today. So it's Scorpio season today. Happy birthday to all the Scorpios. I pulled a message for us for Scorpio season. So we're getting some messages that are talking about like this Phoenix rising energy. Okay. So it's this energy of being in the dark, going into the light. The name Phoenix could be significant to somebody, or like the city, because I was just picking that up when I pulled this. But either way, it doesn't have to be, but just this is about sowing your seeds that I feel like you have done, and setting intentions and keeping optimism happening around what it is that you would like for your future to look like. So this does kind of feel like somebody who is tapping into their spiritual gifts, okay? Or just doing something that is for a life purpose. And what I was feeling with this is somebody's having some type of stability come in. And I pulled this card. This is talking about stability. It has an owl on it. And owls keep coming into my readings today, which seems significant. But this is also talking about like going on from something that made you feel kind of bad about yourself into something that is actually much better for you. Okay, so infinite possibilities, just keep that in mind. Okay, we are going to take a caller, Laurel in Birmingham. Hi.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm really good. How are you?
I'm great. Did you have a question?
I'm looking to see if you have any insight with my youngest son.
Okay. Let me see. Something I'm feeling like some kind of, I don't know, I'm hearing I don't want to do that. Like there's some sort of fear he has around something. Now, I don't know if this is talking about success in some type of way, but okay, so we got the card of detachment and moving on into calmer waters and flexibility. So it's like he's working on being more flexible in order to move on to something that is, less chaotic in life and more balanced. So I do feel some improvement around that. Yeah, and this is, I'm feeling like he needs some kind of energy work that would really be helpful for him. And like there's this energy, this like message of balancing energy for him. And something is balancing out. And we actually did get the card of joy and blessings. You might want to call on angels or like angelic help for him for your concerns. And there's, so also something that came out is community and group, kinship. So there's going to be some sort of support that comes in from other people for him as well, like friendships or some kind of group that's going to be helpful for him.
Okay.
And so there is a lot of lightness and brighter energy in this message, which is a good thing, going from something that felt fearful into something that's feeling just more at ease.
Okay.
And, I'm picking up like having fun. So stuff where he's going to feel safe. Something where he's going to feel safe, either, mentally, emotionally, or physically. But let me see what else. What are any other messages we need, Spirit, from this? There's something like putting up this like energy blockage to block out what's not wanted. That I don't know if you could talk with him about like surrounding himself in a bubble of light every day, and sometimes several times a day, or just, stopping, having better boundaries.
Okay.
So the nature spirit card just came out. I really feel like him being outside. Every card that I just pulled outside, and it just feels like nature. I don't know if he likes hiking, camping, agriculture. I don't know, but like something with him being outside is really important.
Okay.
Does that resonate for you?
Yes and no. He's an athlete, so he plays his sport outside, which maybe.
Right. Okay. And then, yeah, so something with his connection and his purpose, I'm just feeling like calling on some help for him is going to be important.
Okay.
That there's something new coming in for him that is actually going to be, I don't know, he's going to feel at ease in a way that he has not at this point done so. But it does look lighter and brighter for him. I don't know if he's going to move, but I'm hearing on the move.
Yeah, okay.
So
anything health related by chance?
Well, I can do a little bit of a longer reading because we're almost out of time. If you want to email me, and then I'll just send it over through email. And that's Andrea, Andrea .bacon, BACON 444 @gmail.com. And then if you just email me, I will look into that a little bit more and tell you what comes up with that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for me today. Thank you so much for joining us. And you can always email me or go to my shop at stan.store/mediumandrea. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. I hope you are having an awesome Tuesday. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am the owner of Angels Always Around Us. I am a psychic medium, a life coach, a Reiki master, a shamanic energy healer, and also a pranic energy healer, as well as a hypnotherapist. So lots of tools to be able to help you guys with. So a little bit of house cleaning while we get ready to take our phone call today. Some upcoming events for me. On November 6th, I will be at the Delco Axe House. We are going to be doing psychic readings there. Unfortunately, for you guys, the psychic readings are all booked up for the 6th, but there's plenty of other opportunities to get a psychic reading. You can always send me a message. I can get you a private reading. We can do it by Zoom, phone, whatever works for you, in person if you're local to the Philadelphia area. November 7th, I have my Healing Through Empowerment Women's Group. That is on the first Thursday of November. That is at 6:30 p.m. That is at the Awaken Center in Plymouth Meeting, and it's also hybrid. So it's on Zoom. If you're too far away from Plymouth Meeting, shoot me a message. Go to Angels Always Around Us on Facebook or my website, which is AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Shoot me a message, and I can get you the information for the Zoom link for that. On Saturday, November 9th and Sunday, November 10th is the Awaken Expo, also at the Plymouth Meeting Mall. We're going to take over the whole lower level of the Plymouth Meeting Mall there. There's going to be tons of vendors and healers. The expo is free to attend. The workshops are all free to attend. It's a great weekend. There's always awesome people there. So come on out and kind of feed your spirit and learn some new stuff and mingle with some healers. Also, Thursday, November 14th at 6 p.m., I will be working with Bucks County Pranic Healers. We will be doing the meditation on the Twin Hearts and doing many healing sessions for those who want it afterwards. And then on November 20th, we are doing a Spirit and Splatter Paint and Psychic Night. That's at 6:30. You can go to my website or my Facebook page and find out more about it. And it looks like we have Diane in Laurel, Delaware here today. Hi, Diane. How are you?
I'm fine. How about yourself?
I'm good, thank you. How can I help you today?
I'm just here to get a reading.
Okay, were you looking for a card reading or were you looking to connect with somebody on the other side?
Pardon me?
Were you looking for a card reading or were you looking to connect with somebody on the other side?
We'll do a card reading.
Okay, do you have anything in particular that you're specifically concerned about?
Not really, just like where my life is heading in the next month or so, or just in general.
Okay. So I'm going to pull, I'm going to use Doreen Virtue's messages from your angels deck for you today. And let's see what they want you to know. Oh, I think I know why you have some chaos and some uncertainty in your life. So the first card that comes up is Indria. And she comes to let you know that you are a light worker. Now, light workers are healers in some type of form or fashion. They help other people in some way. So if you are not an energy worker or you're not a counselor, think outside the box. I'm sure that you have it in you or it's coming with you. With light workers, sometimes our lives can get a little extra messy than people who aren't light workers. And sometimes it can kind of leave us like, oh, okay. And that's when we need to take that step back and kind of reground ourselves, meditate, and allow yourself to kind of just check in with spirit a little more when you feel the chaos surrounding you. And speaking of feeling chaos surround you, the next card that comes up for you is Teresa, and she is the self-care angel. So, we know you got a lot of stuff going on. We know you got a lot of instabilities going on. She's telling you, make sure you're taking time to take care of yourself. Take some time. Are you doing anything for yourself actively right now, Diane? Okay. Not sure where Diane went, but there you go. Go ahead.
But I need to. You're absolutely right.
Okay. And here's the thing. When we first start doing self-care, it can be extremely hard. But the more you do it, it generally gets a little easier. For those of us who are caregivers, sometimes, there's always that, is it me time or is it not me time? But, you figure it out as you go along. It gets better. And here's the other thing. When we do that self-care, it's kind of like its own little meditative practice. Doesn't even matter if it's you locking yourself in the bedroom for 10 minutes at night and, saying, nobody bother me for 10 minutes, or locking yourself in the bathroom, wherever you need to go to get that 10 minutes of quiet. Try to take that 10 minutes of just me time, calm down time for you to kind of just check in with spirit and kind of just be still. One of the things I'm hearing is you have a really hard time sitting still because you get caught up in your head and then you just get too, everything just gets huge in your head. So be mindful of that. When you find like the whole world is like avalanching down on top of you, try to take some nice deep breaths in through your nose, out through your mouth, and allow yourself to just kind of sit and settle. If you can do some mindfulness while you're doing that, after you take a couple deep breaths, focus on, how you feel, how your legs feel touching the back of the chair where you're sitting. Are they touching, the back of your calves, touching your legs? Are your feet hitting the floor? Are they not hitting the floor? Allow yourself to be mindful of like everything that's literally touching your body. And this will help kind of calm you down. This will help kind of make the big picture not quite so jumbled and also not seem so big at the same time. Does that make sense, Diane?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
And then, this is a great card. I love it. Our last card for you today, Diane, is Mystique. And Mystique comes to tell you to keep charging forward. She says good things are coming, but you cannot stop the rest yet. So, you got these poor angels who are probably right now, you're probably like, what is this lady talking about? Oh my God, she's telling me to take time for myself, but then she's telling me to charge forward. So it's just like everything else in life. We have to find that balance, right? So right. You have to make sure you're taking care of yourself, but you also have to continue to move forward. And actually, I know you just asked for like the next month. I got some news for you, Diane, in like 3 to 6 months. So we are coming into November. So it looks like the beginning of next year, early spring. You've got some really good stuff. I see lots of glowing yellows coming into your future. This is telling me that you're going to have some extra peace, some extra joy, some extra happiness come in. So just, again, keep holding on, do better at taking care of yourself, but keep charging forward because you've got really good stuff coming to you.
And I'm waiting for that.
and just remember too, the law of attraction says what we focus on is what we get. So, it can be really tough when we feel like, we've got everybody pulling us 100 different directions at once. It can be really tough to try to even figure out how to focus on one thing, much less what you really want. But if you work on focusing on what you really want, if you work on manifesting, okay, I'm going to have this peace with this situation with my child, then, allow yourself to kind of envision, take some of this time, which is why this meditative time and this quiet time is very important for you. You're going to take some of this quiet time and you're going to allow yourself to envision a solution, envision and allow yourself to actually not only see it in your mind, but to feel it in your heart of what it feels like when the situation, the dust has settled and everything is clear and cleared in a way that's positive and working for you and everybody else involved. As you do that, that's going to call the law of attraction in and make this happen even faster. So like I said, I'm seeing like 3 months. It could even happen faster if you work on some of that quiet time by yourself, work on meditating, work on visualizing these solutions. And when you visualize these solutions, you don't have to visualize, how is this puzzle going to get completed? Just allow your mind to fill in the puzzle, fill in the picture for yourself, and then let the angels fill in the steps for you. So when you're taking your quiet time every day and you're taking that quiet time and you're allowing yourself, that time to check in with spirit, that's when the angels are going to say, hey, Diane, this is what you need to do next. Yeah, I know you're worried about that. We'll get to that in a few minutes. Let's go take care of this first. It'll take you like 10 minutes and then we'll be done. We'll move on to the next project. Does that make any sense?
Yes, it does.
Sometimes, we all have this human experience, and sometimes we forget, we got to eat our elephants one bite at a time.
Right.
Anything else I can answer for you today, Diane?
You've done wonderful. It all makes sense, and it is stuff that I need to do.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad I could be of help to you. Diane, anybody else listening, again, feel free to check out my website, angelsalwaysaroundus.com. Check out my Facebook page, which is also Angels Always Around Us. Instagram is @AngelMargaretP. And, I have a Facebook group, Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. Check that out, guys. I do daily affirmations in there during the week. I do little educational nuggets, all kinds of great stuff in there. Again, my website has my upcoming events. There's a ton of them coming up in November, guys. So I hope you guys can all see me. And again, I will be here every Tuesday. Thank you all for joining. Have a great day.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. I hope you've all had an amazing week. It's been a very busy week for myself. So this week with the astrology, we do have a lot going on with the planets. We do have Mercury, which is going to be in tri to Mars, and that is actually happening today as well. So we've also got today a lot of aspects to Mercury. So a lot of things through communication happening today. We've got the tri with Mars. We've also got tri with Saturn. We've also got opposing Uranus, and then a tri to Neptune as well. So today is a big day to do with the communication, thoughts, expressing yourself, probably not being blindsided, people who are trying to pull the wool over your eyes. We've also got this week, and it's good, so you got till the 28th for the Mercury tri Saturn. And then we've also got this week, we've got Venus square Saturn all week. So there might be a little bit of delays. It could be a bit of problems there with like things like financial problems, or it could be like with relationships as well. We've also got Mars square Chiron coming up this week, which is going to be a bit of frustration. And then we've still got this opposition from Mars to Pluto. And that, by the end of the week, that's going to be a right in that opposition, that tight position that's coming up. So that's going to create something, it could be to do with like the banking structures. It could be just something to do like with Capricorn. So we're looking at, could be institutions like can't speak, anything to do with law and order, or governments, or like institutions, like in financial institutions, like business-wise. We might be looking at something like that. It also could affect like housing markets or homes, because we're going to be Mars in Cancer. We're just about to go into Leo. So we do have, that's going to be a big thing that comes up by the end of the week. We've also got Mars sextile Uranus. That's going to be unexpected, like it was strength or possibly even like frustration. But it's a sextile, so it's usually more positive. So that's going to be more frustration. And then we've got Mercury, which is opposite to Uranus, unexpected communication coming up. Till 27th, we have Venus is going to be opposite Jupiter. So that's going to be that is actually quite good for money and for relationships. We've also got Venus try Chiron, which is actually good for anything that's causing you a bit of like pain to financial relationships, and having it really cause you a bit of grief. It's going to be some sort of healing with that. And then we've got a square from Jupiter to Neptune, which is also happening all week. So it's a mixed bag with astrology, a lot of ups and downs that are coming up here with what's going on around the world in our own lives. I do feel like it is a week of highs and lows. I feel like it's a week where people might be trying to hide or hide themselves and not wanting to be seen. There could be a bit of manipulation or game playing from other people that's coming up this week too. But I feel like there's a lot of good energy that's coming up as well, with a lot of trials and sextiles, making people feel more confident in themselves, making them feel a bit more like eager, like they can take on the world and make things happen in their lives as well, coming up for the week ahead. Let's go to the caller. So we've got it's Jamie, who's in Livingston. He's in Tennessee in America. So hi, Jamie. How are you today?
Hello, I'm good.
How can I help you today?
Yes, I was hoping to get some insight on career moves.
Okay.
If I'm on the right path or if I need to change.
I feel like you need to do something that's a bit more fulfilling, like sustainable. Like I feel like whatever you're doing now, I do feel like you're quite busy, like you're running the candles at both ends, like you've just got a lot on, and you're just like you're running a marathon, but you just keep running and you don't take a breath, or you're not stopping. And I feel like that, like you are thinking about what's coming up and where to go. I feel like though you're very like structured, or you're very like organized, and you take your work very seriously. It's kind of like myself, like you've just got, you know how to do things right, quite fast, like quite organized, but it might not be your passion. So it's like you're trying to find your passion as well. Because what you're doing, I feel like, what are you currently doing?
Medical coding. I work from home on the computer.
Medical coding, is that like, what is that? I've never heard of that role before. Do you, is it to do with like medications or something?
I work with the doctors and their notes and stuff with insurance.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying it's not your passion. It's not your passion. No. I feel like you're quite creative, but you don't know how to put that in a career, is what I feel like. Something that where you can express yourself, like maybe use your hands, but like to use that in a career, like I feel like where do you go? I do feel like there'd be some sort of like side business that you would do. I feel like if you did like community work, I feel like that would kind of tire you out. I also feel like you need a break by well, coming to the end of October now, but I was getting by the end of October, like you need a break, or you need a time out. I feel like, do you like doing, are you quite creative? Are you quite good with like take like colours and different like patterns and things?
Yes, I can paint and build. Yes.
Okay. Because I'm seeing like, I forget what it's called. I think they're called mandalas, like a wooden kind of structure, but you can like colour it in. But it's like the ones who have the different patterns. Like it's like artwork, but it has like different patterns and different colours. I'm seeing like something like that. Like I know people would use it as like mindfulness, but I've also seen people do it as in like art forms of art. But I feel like this would be like a side business until you can make it more of an income. But I feel like it's something that gives you a bit of release as well. And I see you doing things like that. It's like plywood, and it's like but it's got patterns, and you're colouring it in. So it is like art. So that's what I'm seeing for you. And I do feel like next year, I'm going to say by Easter, there needs to be another outlet here. Because I just feel like if you keep doing what you're doing now, it's like you're going crazy. And it's like, it doesn't stop, or it's never ending. But it's your bread and butter. So it's like, but you are finding this outlet. And I feel like you're able to, whatever it is that you're making, whatever this thing that I'm seeing you do, like this artwork, I feel like you can sell it at like this. But I want to say, I feel like it's going to turn into something more like, even like if you do like the resin, like the chopping board that has like the resin looks like the ocean. Like I just feel like you're expanding, doing other things where you can sell it like markets or fairs, and it's things that people can put in their homes, and it's an outlet. And I feel like eventually you're getting more in deep in that. But for now, it's like you've got to stick with what is going to pay the bills. But I see they're both there for you. And see how long it will take. I get 6, whether it be 6 years or 6 months, there's 6 for this, for when you're able to do that more solely or look at doing more the creative stuff. But I do feel like it's going to evolve into something bigger. But I see it's like you're starting to use resins and things and wood and different artwork. Is what I see. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you. If I hit that right on the head, that's things that I have been thinking about.
Oh, fantastic. Well, good luck. Go it, do it, try it, do it. I encourage you. I feel like you just need to, it's just going to help you to release things. And I just see it's going to evolve. And I get a 6. I feel like by 6 years, you're going to be able to do more of that and less of the other job you're doing, is what I feel for you.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's okay. Thank you for calling in today. So, guys, thank you for being with me today. And as I say, do what makes you happy. And, sometimes the work that we have, it's not our bread and butter. It's our bread and butter, but it's not what I'm passionate about. So it's very important, I feel, to always have something that you're very passionate about. So it gives you that release, and that's something that's going to make you happy. If you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. So my Facebook is also Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady DS Psychic, and my TikTok is Lady D Psychic, and my YouTube is Danielle Psychic or Lady D. So thank you, and have a fantastic week, and I'll see you next week. I may be on the road next week, but you'll probably see me in a different location. But I'll see you next week. So bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from BrandyCahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and happy Tuesday. Welcome to Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. From Houston, Texas, I am your host, Brandy, and I'm an intuitive medium, and I also work with astrology. I hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with a specialty in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about teaching parents, teachers, guardians, how to combine the magic of the stars with the art of consciously and intentionally raising our children. So you can find me at brandycahn.com. That's Brandy with an I, and Kahn is Khan. And if you'd like to be a guest on the show, if you want to come on for a free astrology reading or tarot reading, please join my Facebook group, Psychology Infused Astrology, and sign up on the list. And I look forward to hearing from you. So today we are going to go through the transits that we've got coming up for this week. We've got some important things that are brewing in the background here, and we will be going to our In the Spotlight weekly session that we usually do, and I'll be talking about moon signs again today. And at the end, we should have time for a caller. So if you are interested in having a tarot or astrology reading, please call in, and I'd love to hear from you. All right, so let's get started with the transits for this week. Today is Tuesday, October 29th, and tomorrow, Wednesday, October 30th, we will have Mercury and Scorpio opposing Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So I want you to think about Mercury. Mercury is the planet of communication. Mercury rules how we think, how we learn, how we integrate information. So with Mercury opposing Taurus, that could bring sudden insights that you might have out of the blue, clarity about things or situations that have been a little murky for you. You could have a mental shift, you could have a breakthrough, or you could even feel as if you need to change your communication style in some way. The important thing that I want you to remember with this transit is to be completely open to seeing things in a new way. Be completely open to having a new perspective about something, okay? And then on Thursday, October 31st, Halloween, we will have Mercury and Scorpio trining Neptune in Pisces. So now on this day in particular with Mercury, remember we've got the planet of how we think and how we speak, and this beautiful aspect with Neptune, you might feel as if your intuition is supercharged. You might feel as if you just know things and you have no proof for it, but you just know, right? A deep knowing. And you also might feel on that day inspired to do something creative, something Neptunian, something mystical. So if you feel inspired to meditate, to engage in yoga, to create a beautiful work of art or a beautiful piece of music, do so, okay? That's using that Neptunian energy for your benefit. And then on Friday, November the 1st, we will have a new moon, 9 degrees of Scorpio, trining Saturn. Now, new moons are an absolutely fabulous time for new beginnings and new starts, okay? And so with the way that Saturn will be influencing or communicating with this new moon, it's the perfect opportunity for you to create something that's concrete and long lasting. So think about, what is it that you want to create? What is it that you want to use this energy for? And then go towards that goal. But I also want you to remember, okay, this new moon is in the sign of Scorpio. Now, with Scorpio, there is a psychological need for transformation, a psychological need for transmutation. So with this new thing that you will be beginning, this new start, you will also be releasing something else as well. And this will have a transformative effect and impact on you. So remember, at the same time we're beginning something new, something long-lasting, something concrete, we are also releasing something in order to have personal transformation. All right, and then I want to give you a really quick heads up. We're heading towards a very important and potentially challenging transit that will be exact on November 3rd. Okay, so even though it's not exact at this moment, I have already been feeling the energy, and maybe you have as well. We have Mars coming into opposition with Pluto, and this is happening a couple of days before Election Day here in the US. And so with this with this transit, it can be a very challenging transit, okay? Just being very realistic and straightforward with you, because it points to a potential of a dynamic where there may be power struggles, okay? Now, according to Ren Butler, who's an astrologer, and he wrote a book called Archetypal Universe, Mars-Pluto combinations can point to intense willpower and courage. So we've got the willpower and the courage of Mars, and it's amplified 100 times because it's in communication or an aspect to Pluto. So please be mindful and please be intentional with how you decide to use this energy. Now, at the highest level of expression, you can set the intention to take a very empowered approach or take empowered action in some area of your life towards a goal that you have, all right? That's at the highest end of expression. At the lower end of expression, Mars-Pluto can be all about conflicts, disagreements, confrontations, okay? So we want to steer away from that area and go more towards the higher end of expression. Let's create something amazing. Let's manifest something amazing with this energy. So please keep that in mind as we are heading closer to Sunday, and even after Sunday next week. For the next few weeks, you might really be feeling the energy of Mars opposing Pluto. So be very conscious and be very aware about that. Now, this week for In the Spotlight, I want to take a moment to talk about when we have the moon in a fire sign. And when I'm talking about the fire signs, I am referring to Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. Those are the fire signs in our zodiac. And we're talking about the moon. Remember, the moon represents our feelings, our emotions, our emotional nature, our level of sensitivity that we have, what makes us feel safe and secure. So if you have a child with their moon and one of the fire signs, Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius, I really want you to listen to this, okay? So moon and fire signs, your child might have a certain level of emotional intensity. They might be very passionate. Maybe they're energetic about what they want to do. And maybe sometimes they tend to be a little impulsive, okay? And when we're talking about moon and fire, astrologer Christopher Renstrom always puts it this way. He says, you know, people with their moon and a fire sign, those are the people who have this way of communicating their feelings, like, this is what I'm feeling and everybody needs to know. This is what I'm feeling and everyone needs to be aware of it, right? That's that moon and fire sign. They need a certain amount of validation for how they're feeling and what they are experiencing in that moment. And I'm bringing this up because of a Facebook post that I saw last week. So there was a mother who shared a situation that she had with her son. So this mom and son agreed that if he were to do a certain set of chores, she would pay him a specific amount of money. Okay? So this young boy did the chores. And then when it was time for mom to pay him, she paid him less than the agreed upon amount. And from what I could tell from the post, her son was so angry, overwhelmed, distraught. He took the dollar bills that his mother had given him and he proceeded to tear them up and then leave them on the floor. Okay. And in that, I wondered when I saw the picture of the dollar bills on the floor that he had torn up and then just left there. Part of me was like, I wonder if this child has his moon in a fire sign, because that was, he was obviously upset and distraught and very impulsively just tore the money up and threw it on the floor. So at that particular point in time, when I read through the post, there were only 25 comments. And most of the people who were commenting were really focusing in on the son and his misbehavior. And he was labeled in those comments as spoiled, entitled, ungrateful, and a brat, among many other things. But I did notice that there were 2 comments where 2 other mothers had actually brought attention back to the mother's lack of integrity and not giving the full amount of what was promised to her son. Okay. And just that amount of commentary where, there's 2 people focused on, okay, mom, and then everyone else is kind of focused on the son. I had a realization that as a parent coach, I use a very parent-centric approach when it comes to parenting. And I'm realizing now that may not always be quite as popular as other approaches of parenting may be. So with a parent-centric approach, I really encourage parents to view themselves as change agents, okay? Change agents in the lives of their children who have the power and the responsibility to model functional behavior for their child. Now, other approaches that are not so parent-centric may focus quite a bit on the child and fixing the child and modifying the child's behavior. Everything is focused around the child and not so much on the parent, okay? And with the parent-centric approach, the reason why I love it so much is because I really want parents, and I encourage parents to ask themselves, how can I model a sense of inner safety? How can I model a sense of inner security for my child? And in turn, how can I then provide an environment where my child feels safe and secure while they are learning and growing, developing into a responsible adult? So when it comes to impulsive behavior, if your child is showing impulsive behavior, I really want you to step back and take a moment and remember brain science, okay? So when it comes to brain science and when it comes to our brains, here at the front of the brain, we've got the prefrontal cortex. And the prefrontal cortex is the area that is responsible for thinking. It's responsible for problem solving and really good decision making. But guess what? There's a very interesting fact when it comes to the prefrontal cortex. It's not completely developed until around the age of 25. 25 years old is when it's fully matured, okay? So when your young child is doing something that does not fully make sense to you, or if they're doing something that seems a little irrational or irresponsible, I really want you to remember that the part of the brain that helps with good decision making is not fully online yet. Okay? So your child is going through a process where they are learning. While they are developing, they are growing into responsible adults. Okay? So as they're going through that process of growth, there are areas like emotional regulation, areas like communication. Those are skills that they are learning to develop. They were not born with those skills. They have to learn them. Okay? And so many times in our society, we assume that our children are just mini adults. They're small adults in little children's bodies, and they have the capability to think at a higher level. And they have the capability to reason at a higher level, when actually they don't have that ability fully developed at their age. And it's not quite appropriate to expect more from them than what they may be physiologically and developmentally capable of in that moment. So as parents, we have to remember to hold ourselves to a high standard. We've got to really model the characteristics, the qualities, the traits that we want to see in our children. We want to make sure that we are keeping our word to them when we're making promises. We want to make sure that we are teaching them the skills of emotional regulation, of how to deal with those strong emotions once they come up, how to deal with disappointment and sadness and grief. And we also want to teach our children how to be effective communicators, how to actively listen to other people around them, and then communicate what they are feeling in a respectful way. We model that. And so we need to adopt more of an approach to parenting where we're using compassion for our children, where we've got some level of understanding instead of judgment of them. And so instead of thinking of your child as deficient or incapable of doing something, I want you to tell yourself, my child has not fully learned the appropriate skill they need to use in this situation. And therefore, since they have not learned the appropriate skill to use in this situation, it is my responsibility to teach them. And it's my honor to teach them and to guide them through this, learning how to be a responsible adult. So this was really inspired by the Facebook post that I saw last week, and I really felt drawn. I felt the need to speak up for our children and where they are developmentally, because not everybody realizes that it takes a while for them to mature and for their brains to get to where they've really got their decision-making abilities under their belt. So with that said, I do want to add as well, if what you are wanting is to raise a strong, resilient team, or you want to have an unbreakable connection with your child, the key to that is going to lie in understanding who they are. Not only in understanding who they are, but being able to honor them as a person and for how they are here to express their individuality. You can learn all of this through their natal chart. So through their natal chart, you can learn what their communication style is, what their learning style is, what motivates them, what's their life purpose, what are the potential challenges that they will deal with in life that you will need to guide them through. You can get all of that information from their natal chart. And I do have a program where I walk you through exactly how to custom design your parenting approach based on your child's natal chart. From that understanding, you develop an unbreakable bond of very deep respect and appreciation for who your child is. And they in turn feel that honor. They feel that respect from you. And that can take your relationship to an entirely different level. So on that note, thank you for listening to my little inspired speech about the Facebook post that I saw last week. And now we will turn to, I think we've got a caller. We have Joanna on the line. Hi, Joanna.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Okay, so tell me, would you like astrology or tarot?
Can I say you pick?
Yes, you can pick.
Probably astrology.
Oh, you'd like astrology. Okay, so do you have your birth information?
I do.
Oh, awesome, Joanna. Okay, that's not quite common. Most people don't know their time of birth, so I get so excited when I have someone who does. Okay, give me your info, please, dear. What's your date of birth?
1/5/84.
1/5/84. And the time?
6:35 a.m.
6:35 p.m. And the city and state?
AM.
I'm sorry?
Cleveland, Ohio.
Dayton, Ohio?
No, Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay, 6:35 a.m. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Cleveland, Ohio. All right. Cleveland, Ohio. Let's go here. All right. Awesome, Joanna. It's great to have you on today. So tell me, what's it like in Cleveland? What's the weather like? Is it pretty warm up there? I'm in Houston.
It's warmer now.
Yeah. It's quite warm down here. Okay. Oh, okay, so you're in Akron. Okay, Akron, Ohio, but born in Cleveland. So
I'm in Youngstown, Ohio, but was born in Cleveland.
Oh, Youngstown. Oh, I'm so sorry for the confusion. Okay, Youngstown.
No, it's okay.
Okay. January 5th, 1984. We've got 6:35 a.m. And we do have Cleveland. All righty, Joanna. Wow, quite a stellium. I see a Sagittarius stellium. And and you're a Sagittarius rising. So I do see your ascendant in the sign of Sagittarius. You have your sun in the sign of Capricorn and then moon in Aquarius. Are you familiar with all of that?
Similar, yeah.
Okay, all right. So I'll break it down for you. Okay, I'll break it down. When it comes to the natal chart, sun, moon, and rising are all three equally important. I call them the holy trinity of the chart. They all have an effect in how you come across to other people. So when someone meets you for the first time, Joanna, they're going to get the flavor of your rising sign. That's the sign of Sagittarius, a fire sign, okay? And then after talking to you for about 10 or 15 minutes, we do have the energy of the sun that comes forward, which would be Capricorn. And then after 20, 25 minutes, you're feeling safe. You allow yourself to be vulnerable. That's when we're feeling the moon in Aquarius, okay? So here, as I'm looking at your 12th house stellium, Sagittarius stellium, and that Sagittarius rising, Jupiter conjunct the ascendant. I would say as a Sagittarius rising, has anyone ever told you that you have a tendency to come across maybe sometimes as either inspirational or optimistic, or it's easy for you to see the larger angle, to see the how do you say it, the wider perspective of certain issues. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And with this Sagittarius, like right conjunct your ascendant, it's almost like you have the mark of Sagittarius. So there's a psychological need when it comes to Sagittarius. There's a need to have freedom when it comes to how we think and the ideas we believe. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And there's also a psychological need for adventure, to feel as if we are unrestricted and we can roam. We've got freedom to roam. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. And then what I really love here with that Jupiter so close to the 12th and the 12th house stellium, you have such an emphasis on being spiritually connected. So growing up, did you understand and realize, did you have the experience of being a very sensitive child?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And would you also understand and recognize that it looks like you have the potential to be quite intuitive as well?
Oh, yeah. I have more than one person saying that to me.
Yes, because you've got Neptune. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Try to block it.
Okay. So I'm telling you, if you see something in a chart one time, it's a possibility, 2 times probability, 3 times it's a sure thing. So the 12th house stellium, along with Neptune being so close to the ascendant, and then Neptune conjunct Mercury, I would say you're highly intuitive, highly empathic. You understand that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but with all of this sensitivity, I need you to remember that it's important for you to take time out for yourself every day and to ground your energy. You probably absorb or feel the energy from everyone around you quite strongly every day. And so, I want you to remember to make sure that you're taking time out every day to stay grounded and to feel your own energy, okay?
Okay.
And with your sun in Capricorn, the sun is the heroic feature. The sun is all about who you're meant to be more of. Your sun in Capricorn, there's a psychological need for achievement, for success, to leave something behind. Do you understand that?
Kind of.
Okay. All right. So with sun there in the first house in Capricorn, there's this whole focus on achieving something, working hard, having something to show for my hard work. You understand that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And moon in the second house, we're almost out of time. So moon in the second house, I know that your possessions, having money in the bank is also something that's quite important to your safety and security. You understand?
Yes.
Okay, very good, Joanna. So what I want you to do, what I want to leave you with, make sure you're taking time out every day to ground yourself. Make sure that you are connecting with your higher self, okay? Because it looks like you're really here to focus a lot on energy and working with energy, okay, my dear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for calling in.
I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. And have a fabulous week. And thank you, everyone, for joining me today. I hope you all have a wonderful week. Use the energy from the transits responsibly, please. Thank you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. You're here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. As the year winds up and kids are getting excited, we're heading towards the thinnest time of the year as far as veils are concerned, when we're supposed to be able to make connections with our loved ones on Halloween. Here in Australia, it's not a really big deal yet. It's getting bigger by the year. I've got all my treats ready for the little people to knock on the door on Halloween night. And it's just an amazing time of the year. For us, it was at the birth of Simply Tarot, the card that I'm going to feature a little bit later on in a little minute on the show. So, you know, that goes all the way back to 2005. So that's 19 years this week on Halloween, Simply Tarot was born. And I'm very proud to say that it's still in production and we still love working with it. So here's the Simply Tarot card of the week now that I've spoken about it. It is the card of the Temperance. Now, Temperance is a major arcana card. It's one of these ambiguous sort of cards that a lot of people don't sort of understand. They look at the card and they say, oh, I don't know that I particularly like that card. You know, here we've got a woman, you know, tipping some sort of liquid water backwards and forwards in a cup, and she's got her toe stuck in the water, and it's sort of, what does this all mean? Well, it is the card of money restrictions. And money restrictions can form in many different ways. It can be needing to stretch our budget, which I don't know too many people around the world are not familiar with that at the moment. Everybody seems to be trying to stretch their budget that little bit further. But it's also the card of testing the waters. Now, by sticking your toe in the big pond there, you're testing the water. So you could be testing something in life. And that's what I mean by that. You know, money restrictions don't always mean we don't have any money. It means that there's a restriction on how much is coming in or how we need to spend it. We need to stop, look and listen and sort of start to look at where our money's going. And that's where we can sort of feel a little bit restricted by money. We haven't got enough coming in to cover everything that we want to cover at this immediate time. And testing the water can be sort of looking at some new ideas. There's some new opportunities that are coming our way. So be aware of that. It's a very, very exciting time of the year. And I'm really excited to sort of say that things are starting to move, and, you know, lots of things are happening around the world that not necessarily everybody is approving of, but there is constant change happening. And it's been a time of this year, I think, of a lot of change, a lot of wars, a lot of things that have come to the forefront, and lots of countries around the world are having, you know, local elections, big elections, country elections, things like that. So everything sort of seems to be a little bit topsy-turvy at the moment. All I can suggest to you is just breathe. Do what you have to do. If you're in an area where you've got to vote or you can vote, make sure that your voice counts. Don't be one of those people that sits on the sideline and whinges about, I didn't like the result, but yet I didn't vote. It's really, really important. You have a voice. You have a right to cast a vote for a reason, so that you have some input into what's going to be happening in your local area or in your country. I can't stress that enough. So we're going to start with the astrology section now. Now, happy birthday to all the Scorpios. And I know there's loads and loads of Scorpios around the world. And look, they get a lot of bad press. A lot of people say, oh, no, wouldn't marry a Scorpio, wouldn't go out with a Scorpio. Well, that's pretty unfair. I mean, you know, there's lots of wonderful Scorpio people in the world. It's just because they are a very fixed, rigid sort of sign. They can sometimes come across as cold and abrasive, and they're not meaning to be. It's usually that they're very deep in thought. They're trying to sort out their emotions. They're trying to sort out their emotions that can sometimes run very deep and very private. They're not the sort of people that run around with their heart on their sleeve, not generally anyway. They like to sort of go away, think about things. Think of a scorpion. It sort of likes to live underground. It likes to live off the radar. Well, scorpion people are very much the same way. They don't necessarily want everybody knowing their business. They're very private people. And if you can look at the water sign being, you know, Cancer is fluid water. Scorpio is like a block of ice, and Pisces is the gas that comes out or the steam that comes out of your kettle. So there's different forms of water. So with Scorpio, it's a fixed sign, it's a very deep sign, it's a very powerful sign. And if they can master their own emotions and try to understand them and not sort of inflict them sometimes on other people, their bad mood or their deep mood, they can find that they can get a lot of answers. They're actually very, very wise people. There's wise people in every sign, but there's different degrees of how we apply the knowledge or the wisdom or the things that we've been born with. We can all maximize our skill set. You know, we come into this world all equal. We all come in with no clothes and things like that, but we're born with a certain set of talents. That's where astrology comes in, that we look at the different facets that are in a chart, and it's I refer it to, and I'm being old-fashioned here, like a Polaroid photograph, where years ago we used to have to wait. We'd send our roll of film off and had to wait to get it developed, and when the Polaroid camera came out, we could take a picture and instantly see it. Well, that's how I've always referred to an astrology chart. It's a snapshot of where the planets and different configurations are at your birth, and it's a snapshot of your birth. Now, just because you're a Scorpio doesn't make you any less of a person than any other star sign. It just means that you have an intensity, you have a responsibility to understand your own emotions. And, you know, the sun sign is only 1/10 of our chart. It doesn't make up the whole of us. And that's why not every Scorpio or every Aries or every Leo is the same. We have another 9 influencing planets in our chart, plus many other factors that make us unique. So we have the sun conjunct Scorpio at the moment is actually conjunct the part of fortune. Now, the part of fortune is not a planet. It is actually called an Arabian part. Now, what this means is Scorpios have got a really unique opportunity at the moment that they can bring things into their life that would be seen as sort of boosting their lives or being like something that they've been working towards, like a part of fortune. It's like something that they've been working towards or really want to bring into their lives. Now, the gods are with them, let's say, that, you know, there's more opportunity now to achieve those things that they've been diligently working on for some time, or something that's become brand new that they want to work on and they want to bring into their lives. Now's the time to sort of really start working on that. The energy is with you, your thinking is very clear, your emotions are in check. It's like show people the determination that you've got, because it is a very determined sign and can be a very reliable sign too. You know, I have lots of Scorpio friends, and sometimes they're a little bit deep and a little bit difficult to understand. But when you understand that, okay, if they're quiet, they're thinking, they're trying to sort out some sort of emotional issue, they're trying to sort something out in their life, then you give them that little bit of space. We all need space from time to time. Now, we're going to move on to the other areas of astrology. I handpick what I think is most important that's going to sort of work across all the 12 signs, and I then clearly define how it's going to affect the most prominent signs or the energies that it's in, and then, you know, what will wash over the rest of us. So for the moment, we're going to be looking at Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars is the planet that gets you out of bed of a morning. Mars is sitting in Cancer. Now, Mars doesn't particularly like sitting in Cancer, because Mars is a go, get out of bed, get out of me road sort of energy, you know, full of energy, full of bravado, sort of almost in a sense quite fiery and determined. And it's the planet in astrology that we look to, we say, oh, you know, if there's a planet that applies to war, this is it. And, you know, with it sitting in Cancer, and Cancer wants to be nurturing, caring, homely, wants sort of things to be sort of really nice and comfortable, wants everybody to be happy, wants everybody to feel secure. So it's almost like a conflicting energy there. I'm not saying that it can't work. What I'm saying is that there's part of this energy that wants to get up and sort of fight for what's yours while it's sitting in Cancer, and particularly on a home front, it's sort of becoming almost territorial and sort of saying, this is mine, this is what I need to protect, and here you are trying to infiltrate my home. You're trying to sort of disrupt my life. So, of course, we're talking about the water signs. We're talking about Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. We're also talking about the opposite sign of Capricorn, but we're talking about it washing over all the remaining 8 signs. So it's like you've got to be very, very careful of this with Mars in Cancer. Now I'm going to go on to expand this and say Mars in Cancer is now making a really nice aspect, which is what we look for in a chart, which is called a sextile. So that means it's 60 degrees or 65 degrees away from where Mars is. So we have the South Node, which is also not a planet, but it's one of the moon's nodes. Now, the south node is where we're aspiring to come from, not what we're hoping to achieve. This is where we're coming from. Now, the moon's south node is conjunct the moon at the moment. So this is very, very powerful emotions, very, very powerful energies that are happening at the moment. Now, both of those are sitting in Libra. So it's predominantly affecting the water signs, and now we're predominantly affecting the air signs, which is Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini. The opposite sign is Aries. So it's asking us now to sort of be considerate of the emotions that might be flowing around, that there is also, where people are coming from on an emotional level could seem sort of very combative. They could seem very argumentative. They could seem like they want to go to war, that they're trying to pick fights with people, trying to sort of, bring something to a head. And they're doing it sometimes on an unconscious or a subconscious level are the triggers for this sort of behaviour. It's not always about it's a deliberate thing. It's about that people are sort of doing this on a subconscious or an unconscious level because they're being driven from their own internal energies. Now, we need to be very aware of this. They can spark arguments very, very quickly. It can spark situations that wouldn't mend quickly in a hurry. It's sort of like bringing something to a final close. If you've been sort of uncomfortable or unhappy in a job or where you're living or in a relationship or whatever, unconsciously you're sending out signals that you want to bring this to a head. If I was to ask you directly, you'd say, oh, no, that's not me. I'm not trying to do that. But you're doing it on a subconscious or a subliminal level, that you're deliberately sending out energy there to try and pick a fight, pick an argument with somebody, pick an opportunity there that this will bring this to a head and bring it to a close. Can I suggest to you, no matter what your star sign is, be very, very aware of your emotions, be very, very aware of your words in the next 3 or 4 days. They are like weapons. Choose your words very carefully and make sure that if you feel somebody's feeling uncomfortable or deliberately trying to pick an argument with you over something that you're not prepared to try and negotiate on, or don't believe that there can be a negotiation, then keep your mouth shut. It's one of those times where your words are like weapons. So be very, very careful of that. So moving on to Chiron. Chiron is, again, another Arabian part. Chiron's where we look in the chart for where we're wounded, we need to heal. It can be sometimes connected to past lives, if you believe in those, which I firmly do. It can also be where we need to heal ourselves in our current lifetime. Now, because Chiron is sitting in Aries, yes, of course, it's going to be affecting the fire signs, and particularly Aries until December 29. It is affecting the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. The opposite sign is Libra. So again, we're bringing in that Librian energy. It's an opportunity there to heal, but it is washing over the remaining 8 signs as well. So anytime that we've got something sitting in Aries, it's about asking us to put ourselves first. But because it's going retrograde or backwards at the moment, it's sort of seeming like everything is sort of stuck. It sort of feels as if, you take 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards, 3 steps forwards, 2 steps backwards. That's not exactly true. In many cases, people are their own worst enemy. Again, it's sort of like they're using this as an excuse, whether it's subliminal or whether they're consciously aware of it, but they're using excuses to prevent them from making decisions or choices, or really going back and reevaluating and looking at their decisions that they've made, that maybe there's been some changes. Maybe there's things that they need to readjust to, things that they need to change, or look at it through a different lens. But they're being stubborn and pig-headed and sort of saying, well, I made my decision and that's it. They're not prepared to look at or listen to anybody else's opinion. So please be very, very careful, no matter which star sign you are. If you're making changes in your life and your instincts are telling you that maybe, just maybe, we need to make a modification, don't ignore it. Go and explore it. You can always say, okay, well, my original decision, I'm comfortable with that. I'm going to go back to that. And for some people, it may be time for a change. We also have Pluto, the planet of transformation, is sitting in the final stages of being in Capricorn. Now, I can't stress enough, Pluto has been in and out of Capricorn now for over 20 years. Now, he's coming to the final part, so this will seem the final push. He moves out of Capricorn on the 19th of November. He will not return to Capricorn again in our lifetime. It will be at least 220 years before he comes back to transit this sign. So it is very, very important. On a world stage, it affects things like governments, big business, anything that's an official sort of situation. Yes, it's in Capricorn, so it's affecting the earth signs, which is Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo, the opposite sign of Cancer, but it is washing over the remaining 8 signs. Now, I can't stress, we've all had plenty of time to reorganise our finances, to look at anything on an official level, to make sure that we've dotted our I's and crossed our T's in every area that is an official situation. If we haven't, and I'm speaking from experience, if we have not done that and we think that we're home and hosed, Pluto will come along and hit you over the head with the baseball bat, because Pluto says that the lessons that I'm going to teach you need to be definite. They need to be lessons that you will never forget. You can sit there and ignore me, you can sit there and deny me, but I will win. And I can't stress that strongly enough. I'm not trying to frighten anybody. I'm just trying to get you to sort of be aware we have less than sort of 3 weeks to really get ourselves organised. If there's anything that you haven't sorted out on an official level, no matter what your star sign is, get to it now, get it sorted, because it may not be as easy when Pluto moves into Aquarius. Finally, I want to talk about Uranus in Taurus, and I've been talking about a lot of retrograde planets today. Retrograde means that they're seemingly going backwards. It doesn't lessen the intensity of their lessons or the journey that we're going to share with them. What it does is it just sort of makes us more aware, in my opinion. It sort of amplifies the energy, if anything. So Uranus is in Taurus, and it will be there till January 2025. So this is affecting, again, the earth signs, which is Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, the opposite sign of Scorpio. So we need to be very, very aware of everything that's going on, and it will wash over the remaining 8 signs. Now, Uranus is like the Tower card in the tarot. It's the bolt of lightning. It's out of nowhere. It's a sudden situation. I used to teach my students that, you know, wherever you find Uranus in the chart, you look for the unusual, the unexpected, the bolt of lightning, the things that are going to come out of nowhere. And particularly when it's transiting or moving, and it's retrograde too until January, it means the intensity of the energy is seemingly more intense. It might be sort of a little bit, I was going to say watered down, but it's not necessarily watered down. It's sort of maybe not as bright. It's like, okay, when Uranus hits, it hits and it really hits, but you didn't see it coming. Where sometimes we can see Uranus coming, you know, we can feel it, we can feel the energy. This is going to be a little bit more subtle than that. It's going to hit and it's going to be definite, and it's going to be, well, you know, you wouldn't take any notice, you wouldn't make changes in your life. I've had to come along and do that for you because you were ignoring my warnings. Now, that can be on any level for, you know, whether it be finances, health, whether it's home, whether it's your relationship, your job, or whatever. Be very, very careful, no matter what your star sign is at the moment. What you wish for, what you verbalize out of your mouth may very well happen. Don't sit there and say, I hate my job, because the next thing you'll know, you won't have the job. The universe is listening, and the universe says, oh, well, they don't want that job, we'll take it away from them. You know, you have a right to get cross with things and sort of, you know, vent a little bit, but be very careful of your choice of words. It's really, really important that we make sure that anything that we're verbalizing to the universe is very clear, very concise. You can say, I'm having a bad day at work today, really don't want to be there, but tomorrow will be different. And, you know, then if tomorrow's no different, then take some action. Start looking for another job. Start making changes in your life. So I hope that's been of help to a lot of you around the world. I get lots of messages each week after I do this segment that people say, wow, that really resonated with me. It explained why I was feeling this way or why I was feeling uncomfortable. Thank you very much. Look, it's something that I enjoy doing. I've worked with astrology for over 40 years. And it's something that still, even today, it still surprises me how it works. You know, you can see it actively working on a daily basis. So we're going to take our first caller now. We're going to talk to Linda in Jackson in Michigan. Are you there, Linda?
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Linda. How can I help you today? Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Well, I was just wondering about my finances.
Well, that's a very good question, Linda. I think a lot of people are wondering about their finances at the moment with the world in the way that it is. When I take it back to you personally, the first thing that they're showing me is that there's a lot of endings, change or transformation. So have you been actively working on trying to bring your finances under control, have you?
Yes.
Good. Well, I want you to continue on that. It might seem a little bit harsh that, you've had to make some fairly hard decisions, but let me assure you they will start to pay off, and you will start to feel as if you're back in the driver's seat again with your finances and getting them into control. Look, I'd love to say that was going to be next week, but I think we're sort of looking more when you're sort of can exhale and sort of breathe a sigh of relief is sort of about February, March next year. And that sounds a long way off when we're only at the end of October. But considering where you've come from and where you're aiming to be, you've done remarkably well. It's been tough and it will continue to be tough, but you can see the light at the end of the tunnel that things will improve, and then you'll be in a position of choice where you can look at then where you want to place your finances, to sort of really shore everything up for the next few years. So the current situation with work, is there potentially there's an opportunity for a pay rise or something? Because I'm seeing a bit of extra money there, Linda.
No, not really. I'm retired and on a fixed income, so.
Right. But is there something that you may have been looking at doing that's sort of like a hobby that, could turn into generate a little bit of income?
Yes, actually I have.
Yeah, because to me, look, it wasn't hundreds and hundreds of dollars every week, but there was a trickle of money coming in that sort of, oh, wow, that's good. I can put that off this, or I can go and buy myself those new pair of shoes I've been looking for or whatever. So it was sort of really easing everything. But Linda, you're on the right track. You've made the right decisions. Now you just got to stick to your game plan and know that things are going to get better. But this hobby business, and I'm going to call it a business because I think it will go into a little business, is really going to be really exciting and rewarding, and not just from the financial point of view. It's giving you something to get out of bed for every day, like you've got something that's motivating you, and that's wonderful. Anyway, Linda, that's where we're going to leave it. I hope you have a lovely rest of the year. We're going to talk with Katie now in Houston in Texas. Are you there, Katie?
Hi.
Hi, Katie. How can I help you? Do you have a question I can answer?
I'm open to what the spirit want me to know.
Okay. Usually I prefer to work with a direct question because, you phoned into the show, you've obviously got something on your mind, but I'm happy to sort of just poke around and see what they want to share with us, if that's the direction you want me to go.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. The first thing that they're showing me is that you've got to get over your fear. There's some sort of fear that seems to be holding you back. Is that sort of fear of sort of stepping forward and sort of speaking up for yourself? Because that's how I felt they packaged it to me. Is there something you need to say to somebody? Is an issue that you need to deal with?
With myself more than anybody.
Okay. All right. Well, that's okay. Sometimes we can be uncomfortable with having a good, long, hard look at ourselves and deciding what changes we need to make. But what they were showing me was the fear was holding you back. It was like, let's put the fear to one side. It's like, pick it up, put it on the shelf and say, you stay there and I'll come back to the kitchen table and I'm going to sit down and I'm going to work out what my next steps are. And I'm going to try and do that without fear. It's interesting because I don't believe that you lack self-esteem. I think it's just you are frightened to take or fearful of taking that next step. What if? What if it doesn't work? What if this doesn't happen? What if? I think it's more what ifs than it is actual not the ability to sort of do something or achieve something, because underneath all this, you're a very strong, determined young woman who knows what you want. It's just taking that first step, isn't it? It's taking that leap of faith of saying, okay, I can do this. Now, that sometimes takes practice. We're not all born with this unlimited confidence or ability to achieve things. But I think if you get comfortable with even sort of looking yourself in the mirror, and I don't mean looking for your wrinkles and your pimples and all that sort of stuff, but looking yourself in the mirror and saying, I'm a worthwhile person. I'm worthy of everything that I require to bring into my life. This may just help you overcome this fear within yourself and be able to leap forward, because what they're showing me is there's going to be some really important opportunities in 2025, and I don't want to see you sort of hold yourself back because, oh my God, do I deserve this? Is it really for me? Can I do it? Oh no, I better stay where I am. So I'm taking from those sort of comments that they're sharing with me, there's going to be an opportunity to leap forward into a new job. Were you thinking of changing your job?
No, I just started a new job. A new relationship is on the line.
Right. No, but I want to go back to the job because they were talking to me about whether or not you felt you were comfortable with it. So if you've only just started, would it be fair to say that you haven't quite cemented it yet to how you feel really comfortable with it?
Correct, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, and that will take a little bit more time. I'm just going to say each day you feel a little bit more secure, a little bit more confident. But I was also picking up around March, around the job, there's something that they're going to discuss with you. And to me, it felt like a new position. So it could be that, they feel you've done such an excellent job. Here's an opportunity for a promotion. You can say yes or no, but there seems to be some further study around this as well. So it's not something I want you to panic about. I want you to sort of look at it and say, well, okay, yes, that's for me, or no, it's not. I think they're really happy with your performance in your new job. So, try and leave your fear at home when you go to work, please, sweetie, because you're doing a really good job. Now, the relationship, I agree with you that sort of is on precarious ground, isn't it? I'm not saying it's bad, and I'm not saying it's going to end. I'm just saying I think there's some adjustments that need to happen there. Is that how you would see it? That we're still in this adjusting phase, getting to know each other, getting to know what we're comfortable with and what we're not?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, look, I still think that the jury's out at whether or not this is the right situation. For now, I think we need to just keep moving forward. I don't think it's the time to make a decision. Definitely it's over, or definitely we're keeping it. Let's just sort of let it progress, let it grow organically the way that it needs to. And I think you're both learning things about each other. And that's good. That's what relationships are about, is about learning about each other and the give and take and what suits us and what doesn't. But I still get a nice, warm, fuzzy feeling there with that. So I think you need to hang in there, Katie. Well, we've come to the end of the show again. It always goes very quickly, the half hour on the show each week. And I want to say to everybody, look, it is a time of change. It is a time where everything is feeling a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit raw. We're sort of picking up on this energy. As I explained in the astrology section, there's so much going on and so many retrograde planets at the moment. No wonder everybody's sort of a little bit on the edge of their seat, but things will improve. Now, don't forget, Halloween's coming up. It's the time of the year when the veils are at the thinnest. No matter what you believe, you may start to pick up on some spirit energy or have them come in and they're moving your photographs around or turning the radio on or the television, or, you're seeing something out of the corner of your eye. Just be comfortable with it. It's nothing to be uncomfortable with. It is just your passed over relatives and friends and things like that sort of coming through, saying hello, acknowledging the fact that they're there, I think is the important thing, that they just want you to know that you can see them. So this week I'm going to leave you with one of my favourite songs from one of my favourite singers. I mean, I really thought hard about what to leave you with as far as a Halloween song. And here in Australia, we have a lot of very funny songs. One's called the Monster Mash and things like that people sort of drag out at Halloween time. But I'm going to leave you with an old classic by somebody that's no longer with us, and it's been, covered by many, many people, but this is my favourite version. I'm going to leave you with Spooky by David Cassidy. And if you're a regular watcher of the show, you'll know I'm a huge fan of David Cassidy. I think he was very underrated. He had an amazing voice, and I'm really still sad that he's gone, and, the music lives on and his legacy lives on, but it's a beautiful song, and it really does depict what Halloween is about, spooky, have a little bit of fun. Let's, all have some fun this week with Halloween. And don't forget to have those trick or treats for the children as they come a-calling with all their beautiful costumes. So until next week, happy Halloween. Bye for now.
Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light transmitter. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. I hope you've all had an amazing week. So this week with the astrology, we just had an eclipse happen a couple of days ago. That was in Pisces. In 2 weeks' time, we will have a solar eclipse that will be in Libra. So that will be on the 2nd of October. But this week, what we've got coming up, we've got, I feel like this is going to be a sort of more of an easygoing week than what we've had the last few weeks with the astrology. We've got a square from Mercury to Jupiter. That's going to be there for the week. So with that, that's going to be, it's not like with communication here. So, and I feel like there are some aspects to Mercury that might make people feel a little bit down. And it may have been feeling that energy past week or so, because we've got this square